Order, order. Honorable members, I wish to announce that the vacancy which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignation of Ms. S.P. Hwetlana has been filled by the nomination of Ms. Angie Matiwane with effect from the 1st of November 2013. The vacancy which occurred owing to the resignation of Mr. W.T.M. Tring has been filled by the nomination of Reverend K.R. Mishwe with effect from 21st November. Order. The vacancy which occurred owing to the resignation of Mr. I.O. Davidson has been filled by the nomination of Mr. J. Dehude with effect from the 1st of December. The vacancy which occurred owing to Mr. M. E. Lulegi George's loss of membership of the National Assembly in terms of Section 47(3)(c) of the Constitution has been filled by the nomination of Mr. C.C. Huang with effect from the 12th of December. Lastly, the vacancy which occurred owing to the passing away of Mr. C. M. Moni has been filled by the nomination of Ms. P.S. Sikhobela with effect from the 20th of January 2014. The members have made and subscribed the oath and solemn affirmation in my office. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Honorable the Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, I move that the House, notwithstanding Rule 29, which provides for the sequence of proceedings, resolves that there will be no notices of motion and motions as referred to in Rule 97G from Thursday, 18 February 2014 to Thursday, 20 February 2014, and on Wednesday, 26 February 2014. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The second motion on the order paper is also in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Honorable the Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, I move that notwithstanding hours of sitting of the House as provided for in Rule 23, subsection 2, the House may sit at times agreed to by the National Assembly Program Committee for the period 18 February 2014 to 13 March 2014. I so move.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
Honorable members, I have received a copy of the President's address delivered at the joint sitting on the 13th February 2014. The speech has been printed in the minutes of the joint sitting. I now call upon the Honorable the Minister of Higher Education.
Honorable Speaker, the President and the Deputy President, Honorable Cabinet colleagues, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen and comrades. Allow me to start by congratulating our President, Comrade Jacob Zuma, on his State of the Nation address. And his message provided an important interface between the struggle to end oppression up to 1994 and the struggle since then to build a democratic South Africa and bring about development that will benefit all our people, especially the workers and the poor. In other words, this State of the Nation address captures the continuity in these different phases of our struggle. which is an unwavering commitment to a better life for all South Africans. Siyabonga Msholozi. In his address, the President mentioned some of our achievements in education and training, an important dimension of human development. An aspect of our struggle that the ANC has always prioritized. I'll elaborate on this today and also outline how we are planning to meet the challenges that still face us. I will show that, as the President correctly says, we have indeed not just a good story, but as the Minister of Home Affairs would say, we have a good story to tell. Nokuthi izwe lakithi seliyindawo engcono kakhulu kunento elaliyilo ngo-1994. South Africa's education and training policies aim to address social and economic challenges facing our country. These include the challenge of inequality, poverty, and high unemployment, as well as persisting underdevelopment in many parts of our country, and a stubborn legacy of Bantu education and skills shortages. This government has, since 1994, developed comprehensive plans to overcome these challenges and has already begun to implement them. These are contained now in our key policy documents such as the NDP, the New Growth Path, the Industrial Policy Action Plan, and other strategic documents, including our white paper on post-school education and training and the key policy documents of the Department of Basic Education. Honorable Speaker, we can stand here proudly and say we have indeed expanded education and training opportunities significantly in our country today. We have achieved almost complete universal attendance at school for those of school-going age. Children are now staying in school longer than ever before. We have also made enormous strides in providing grade R, more than tripling enrollments from 242,000 children in 2001 to 780,000 in 2013. The Karikude Mass Literacy Campaign reached almost 3 million illiterate adults between 2008 and 2012, at an average of 600,000 taught to read and write every year. Lolu hlelo lokufundisa abadala ukufunda nokubhala selifinyelele kubantu abangaphezulu kwezigidi ezintathu abebengakwazi nhlobo ukufunda nokubhala ngaphambilini. Manje sebeyakwazi somlomo nawe mongameli ukuthi a, e, I, o, u nokungaphezulu kwalokho. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, headcount enrollments in our universities have approximately doubled to almost 1 million students today. We expect a 2/3 increase in university headcount enrollment of over 1.6 million by 2030. We have significantly improved representativity in our universities. In 1994, for example, the proportion of African students in public universities was 55%, while women made up 45%. By 2012, Africans made up 68% of university students and women 58%. In the FET colleges, enrollments have increased by almost 90% over the last 5 years alone, as the President has pointed out. In the period to 2030, headcount enrollments in colleges will grow to 2.5 million. Such growth means we need more institutions. This week, yesterday in fact, the Solplaatje University opened its doors and started its lectures as our brand new university. Tomorrow, the University of Mpumalanga will be starting with its lectures as our 25th university. We are now also engaged, as the President said, in establishing 12 new FET college campuses, all of them in rural areas without exception. Siyilo hulumeni kaKhongolose, oholo umsholozi, sisazokwakha namakolishi emphakathi, community colleges, lapho sizovulela khona amathuba okufunda nokutholakala kwamakhono kulabo abaphuma emazingeni aphansi kakhulu esikoleni. La makolishi sihlela ukuthi abe nabafundi abangaphezulu kwesigidi ngonyaka ka-2030. We have also started construction for the square kilometer array, a major scientific development in our country. The growth of enrollments at all levels and the improvement of its quality has also necessitated expansion and refurbishment of educational infrastructure. At the end of last year, the Minister of Basic Education declared norms and standards for schools' infrastructure to ensure that sustainable quality standards are maintained. The National Department of Basic Education has also become directly involved in improving school infrastructure in areas with the worst backlogs. The Accelerated Schools Infrastructure Delivery Initiative has completed 44 new schools, and 241 schools are currently at various stages of construction or planning. Over and above the efforts of the provincial education departments, the DBE will build 1,000 new schools over the next 5 years to address increases in learner numbers, migration issues, and curriculum needs. And cheers, Iglondawan. As you can see, we really do have a good story to tell. No. We really do have a good story to tell. Infrastructure development also continues apace in our colleges and universities, including the provision of more academic buildings and more and better student residences. Over the past few years, infrastructure funding for university has prioritized the historically disadvantaged institutions, especially those in the former Bantustans, while not ignoring other universities. Of the budget for student residences of 1.78 billion rands in the current medium-term expenditure framework, 1.5 billion is allocated for historically disadvantaged institutions located in rural areas because it is there that the need is greatest. We do, however, continue to care for and to support all our institutions in many different ways. This, I should add, is unlike some of the opposition parties. For example, the UDM is only concerned about the Mthatha campus of Walter Sisulu. That's it. The IFP seems only concerned with the University of Zululand and Mangosuthu University of Technology. The DA, those who come from the former Democratic Party, are concerned about UCT and WITS, and those who come from the National Party who have not changed are only concerned about Stellenbosch and the former UJ. This is the poverty of the bankruptcy of our opposition. Only the ANC cares about the national interest completely. Uthula umholi we-UDM sakha ama-residences ka-40 million eWalter Sisulu. The first since 1976, uthule namhlanje. Kodwa wawubona ngalesa sikhathi ukuthi ngikhahlele kodwa uma sesenza into enhle uthula usho lutho. Ngifuna ukubuza ukuthi uzothini namhlanje. The growth of college and university enrollments has been greatly assisted by the expansion of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. Since its inception, NSFAS has provided study opportunities to thousands of poor, mainly black students. NSFAS was established in 1999, and since then its growth has been phenomenal. Between 1999 and 2008, the funds managed by NSFAS grew from 441 million rands to 2.3 billion rands, and in the last 5 years, the amount made available through NSFAS has grown over 300% to over 9 billion rands. That's a sign of the commitment, amongst other things, of this government and our president in particular, to prioritizing education. Abafundi, lalela ke James, before ukhulume kakhulu. Abafundi asebesizakele kulomxhaso wezimali zakahulumeni sebengaphezulu kuka 1.4 million. Selokhu sasungulwa lesikhwama ngo-1999. Ngo-1999 kwahlomula abafundi abawu 41,000, kulonyaka kuzohlomula abafundi abawu 430,000. Ngaphambi kuka-2011 bekuhlomula abafundi basemanyuvesi kuphela. Manje sekuhlomula nabasemakolishi abaqeqeshele ezamakhono. Sebeze okokuqala bazoba ngaphezulu kwabafundi abasemanyuvesi abazohlomula kulesikhwama esithi National Student Financial Aid Scheme. Lesikhwama sokusiza abafundi abahluphekayo emanyuvesi nasemakolishi sesenza umehluko omkhulu emndenini entulayo kulelizwe lakithi. Iningi labafundi abahlomulayo bangabokuqala emlandweni yemndeni yabo ukuthola iziqu zemfundo ephakeme. They are the first graduates. Impela Nxamalala, imnandi le ndaba ephethwe uhulumeni inoju. As the president said in his State of the Nation address, education is a ladder out of poverty for millions of our people. Expanding the education and training system is as equally important as also improving quality. For this reason, we are paying a great deal of attention to improving quality, including very centrally improvement of teaching and learning. Our matric results are the most public demonstration on the achievements we've made in terms of improving quality. The annual national assessments introduced in 2011 were administered to grades 3, 6, and 9 in 2013, and they show a definite overall improvement in children's literacy and numeracy. The results of the 2011 Trends in International Maths and Science study provide the first indication from an internationally testing system that substantial quality improvements are occurring in the South African schooling system. In the post-school system too, we are making substantial effort to improve the throughput rates in all institutions. We are strengthening governance, upgrading lecturer qualifications, providing better career guidance, as well as expanding postgraduate studies. Particular attention is being paid to the development of the scarce and critical skills needed for South Africa's economic development, such as the production of engineers, artisans, technicians, machine operators, project managers, and financial managers. We are also strengthening and revitalizing humanities and social sciences in our universities. In the area of education and training for people with disabilities, we've made some important interventions as well. Department of Basic Education declared 2013 as the year of inclusive education to focus attention on education for the disabled. A special area of focus, Mr. President, as you also said in your speech, has been the development of a South African Sign Language curriculum for grades R to grade 12 for phased-in introduction. In the post-school space, we are also making some strides. Students with disabilities are now eligible for dedicated financial aid, and this year we have set aside 66 million rands for bursaries exclusively for students with disabilities. And these are full bursaries, including assistive devices. We are also funding one-of-a-kind college that we have here in the Western Cape on the National Institution for the Deaf. And one of our flagship projects is to promote apprenticeships, learnerships, and other forms of work-integrated learning, to strengthen partnership with employers, and to ensure that our students do get workplace experience. I'm proud to say, Honorable Speaker and President, that government has led by example with regard to linking education and the workplace in line with the National Skills Accord. State-owned enterprises have significantly stepped up their training programs, and government at all levels is taking the need for training more seriously. Thousands of young college and university graduates are now working as interns in national, provincial, and local government departments, and we have every expectation that the numbers will continue increasing. But shame on the Democratic Alliance. You are the only province that is not sending our students to go and train as doctors in Cuba. It's shame on you because for whatever reasons, we are depriving the poor kids from Khayelitsha, Kukuletu, and many other places to go and train as doctors. Honorable members, all in all, as the President has said, we have a good story to tell. This is in contrast also to the official opposition parties that want us to pull stunts like marching to the house or try to enhance their leadership cliques with dodgy rent-a-black schemes. Honorable members, in fact, actually, we are offended, many of us, by this. Black people are not for renting. It shows the extent to which the Democratic Alliance does not treat black people with respect in this country. Of course, it does not mean also that black leaders should not be proud of themselves and not allow themselves to be rented. How on earth do you go and appoint a presidential candidate without the knowledge of your membership? You sitting right here, we are not agreeing. We know that some of you are very angry because you were not consulted about that. And how can we trust you to run an open and democratic government when you can't even consult your own membership about your own presidential candidate? The reason is simple. You have no story to tell. Whilst we, under the leadership of President Zuma, have a good story to tell. This thing of marching to is cheap, headline-grabbing thing. And we know the real reason. Your own internal research, Lindiwe, Honorable Member Masibuko, I'm sorry. Your own internal research is telling you that we are in for an electoral drubbing this year. That is why we are panicking. That is why we are panicking doing what we are doing. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we still have many, many challenges ahead of us, and we know them. And it is only the African National Congress that is best capable of addressing those needs. Today, listen to this one. Today, a child from a poor family is likely to live beyond 5 years. Get free health care for the first 5 years. Benefit from early childhood development programs. Attend a grade R class. Attend a no-fee school with at least guaranteed 1 meal per day. And thereafter access NSFAS to go to college or university and become an artisan or an engineer or even a university professor. We have done a lot and we have a good story to tell. I'm challenging you, you're coming to speak after me. Let's hear your good story, what is going to do. Mongameli, somlomo nawe mongameli. Hayi. Ukhongolo suyiphethe indaba. Zinhle. Zinomsoco. Zinonile. Ziyazoyiza. Sifuna ukuthi well done Mongameli ngokuthi usikhokhele kulo hulumeni ukuthi sikwazi ukwenza zonke lezi zinto esizenzayo njengamanje. Asinganaki abasibuyisele emuva, asizibheke thina esiya phambili. Siyabonga kakhulu.
I thank the honourable member. I now wish to invite the honourable the leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable President, Honourable members. Today we live in a country that is undoubtedly better than it was in 1994. We are the South Africa of President Nelson Mandela. We are the nation that inspires hope throughout the world. We overcame apartheid. We fought injustice and joined hands in reconciliation. Our audacity to unite when some believed it could not be done continues to be a beacon of light for the rest of the world. Despite hundreds of years of oppression and discrimination, South Africans remain proud of our country and hopeful for the future, bursting with potential. That potential lies kilometers beneath the earth, in the great seams of platinum and ore that brave men and women carve out of the rocks beneath us each and every day. It is loud in the factories of Johannesburg and Nelson Mandela Bay Metro that pioneer the technology of tomorrow. It is in Cape Town's creative studios where world-class designs are born, and on the farms that sweep across the Free State and KwaZulu-Natal. South Africa is a country of great potential. And we in the Democratic Alliance believe in that potential with all of our hearts. This is indeed a good story to tell. But Mr. Speaker, there's another story that we didn't hear in this chamber last Thursday night. That is the story of President Jacob Zuma and his ANC. It is the story of 5 years of poor leadership which have reversed much of the progress we have made as a nation. It is the story of a presidency that lacks both the political will and the credibility to do what is needed to keep South Africa on the path of our predecessors. Mr. Speaker, South Africans yearn for a bold plan of action from the president. They want a vision for the future, a way out of the crises that have engulfed our nation over the last 5 years. But on Thursday night, they were left disappointed once again. During his State of the Nation address, the Honourable President gave a review of 20 years of democracy as an attempt to bury the many failures over which his administration has presided. But there are real stories to be told about the last 5 years of ANC government, stories that South Africans know all too well. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable President says the ANC has a good story to tell about the economy. But South Africans have a very different story to tell. Theirs is a story of frustration. Does the President feel the hopelessness of the young man amongst the 7 million who have been robbed of their dignity by unemployment? The man who comes home empty-handed, who feels like a disappointment to his family and his children. Unemployment is not just a statistic, Mr. Speaker, it is a cold, hard reality. It is a reality for far too many South Africans because our government does not have the courage to break the stranglehold that the ANC's alliance partners in COSATU and the SACP have on labour policy. That is why President Zuma has only managed to create 561,000 out of the 5 million jobs he promised in 2009. Just one job out of every 10 jobs promised. That is why there are a staggering 1.4 million more unemployed South Africans today than on the day the Honourable President took office in 2009. What is his plan to address this crisis? The only tangible plan announced on Thursday is to create so-called work opportunities in the expanded public works program. Let me say clearly, Mr. Speaker, that work opportunities and real jobs are not the same thing. EPWP work opportunities are important for poverty alleviation and for basic skills transfer, but real jobs are sustainable, they are private sector oriented, and they rely on the government implementing good economic policies. South Africa's recent economic performance, however, has been dismal. The Honourable President blames this on the 2008 global financial crisis, or what he refers to as a global meltdown. But on our very doorstep, Sub-Saharan Africa's economic growth forges ahead without us. Nigeria is forecast to overtake South Africa as the largest economy in Africa in the next 2 years. While our economy grew at under 2% last year, our emerging peers like Chile and Malaysia are growing at more than double this rate. Why this great disparity? Because economic growth and job creation require visionary leadership and a single economic plan. South Africa has neither of these. We saw this again on Thursday night. The Honourable President told the nation repeatedly that the National Development Plan is the blueprint that will guide all government policy. But then he claimed that the NDP incorporates key targets of the Industrial Policy Action Plan, the New Growth Path, and the Infrastructure Plan. This kind of vague leadership provides no incentive for investors. How can the Honourable President commit to all three of these plans when they are totally at odds with one another? The answer is that the President puts what is in his own interests first. Political survival always trumps real leadership. This is the real story of South Africa's frustration. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable President says that the ANC has a good story to tell on service delivery. But South Africans have a very different story to tell about the past 5 years. It is a story of desperation. Under President Zuma's ANC, there have been 5 times more service delivery protests per year than between 2004 and 2009. And no, Honourable President, the people who protest against your government are certainly not happy with your service delivery record. They are desperate for change. I witnessed this firsthand when I visited Muthutlung in the Northwest Province, following the violent protests there, which claimed the lives of 4 South Africans. I saw that the real problem is corruption and failed service delivery in the ANC-led municipality of Madibeng. For years, the municipality has not maintained its municipal water infrastructure. After 2 years of only intermittent access to water, and in sheer desperation, the people of Muthutlung finally exercised their right to protest against their failed government. One of the young men who died during this protest is Osia Rahube. I would like to tell his story today. Osia's mother, Elizabeth, describes him as a God-fearing and law-abiding citizen. She told me that he was a down-to-earth young man who made friends with everyone he met. He was just 30 years old when he was killed. Osia was not an instigator of violence. He was not a criminal. He was an innocent young man with his entire life ahead of him. He sympathized with those in his community who were fighting to ensure that he and his family had clean water to drink. His story is the story of many others. Honourable Speaker, police brutality is a blight on the many honest, brave SAPS police officers who take to the streets every day to protect and serve our nation. This kind of brutality is, however, a relic of the apartheid past. It should never have re-emerged in our young democracy, but under this government's leadership, it has intensified. The government's response has been inadequate. The Honourable President ignores the NDP recommendation to demilitarize the police. He has failed to introduce a proper public order policing policy, and he refuses to do what is right and what should have been done after Marikana more than a year ago, and fire the Minister of Police, the Honourable Nathi Mthethwa, from his cabinet. So while South Africa burns, the Honourable President continues to value political loyalty over a turnaround in our police service. This is the real story of South Africa's desperation. Mr. Speaker, the President said that the ANC has a good story to tell on combating crime. But South Africans have a very different story to tell about the past 5 years. It is a story of fear. We cannot say that we are winning the war against crime when the latest statistics show increases in murder and attempted murder and other serious contact crimes. What do we say to the mothers and the fathers of the more than 85,000 South Africans who were murdered since 2007? Or to the 333,374 survivors of reported sexual offenses during the same period? I know what it's like to bury someone you love because of violence. It is a pain that haunts you forever. I know too that it burns more painfully when there is no justice for that crime. Why didn't the president speak about the need to improve conviction rates and of the challenges in our criminal justice system? If we are to win the war on crime, then this government needs a new and comprehensive plan to address it. But the Honourable President and his government have none. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable President says that the ANC has a good story to tell on the fight against corruption. But South Africans have a very, very different story to tell about the past 5 years. It is a story of greed. At the heart of the story is the over 30 billion rand which is stolen from our people's pockets every single year. 30 billion rand. A theft that deprives them of quality services and job opportunities while enriching politically connected insiders at their expense. This is the reason, Mr. Speaker, that we have dropped some 22 places in the Transparency International ratings for corruption during this term of office. How can we take the Honourable President seriously when he says that fighting corruption within the public service is yielding results? Because we all know that he doesn't have a single ounce of credibility on this matter. How can he, when the 200 million rand upgrade of his private residence at Nkandla is the gold standard for corruption in South Africa today? This is not a presidency which fights for accountability. It runs from it. Mr. Speaker, the events of the past 2 hours in the Western Cape High Court reveal the extent to which this government tolerates corruption at the very, very top. The Minister of Public Works, the Honourable Thulas Nxesi, has revealed to me in a replying affidavit that his task team report into Nkandla never contained any security-sensitive information. In fact, the report that was released to the public by government in December 2013 is the very same report that Minister Nxesi classified as top secret in January of the same year. This means that the minister, before this House and on many other occasions, misled South Africans into believing the classification was necessary to conceal information that was never even there in the first place. He forced Parliament to collude with this charade by instructing you, Honourable Speaker, to refer the task team report to the closed Standing Committee on Intelligence, all in an effort to conceal this so-called top secret information which never existed in the first place. It's clear now that this cynical classification was intended only to protect President Zuma from embarrassment and from being held accountable for the extent of this scandal. We have won the case with cost today, but the fight will continue. The fight will continue, and this is why I have today tabled a motion calling for the Honourable Minister to be investigated for deliberately misleading this House. But, Mr. Speaker, this is only part of the problem. The President himself does not respond to the people's demands for transparency and accountability. President Zuma claimed ignorance on national television this week. He said he didn't know about the 200 million rand upgrade. And he said, honourable members, that he will not resign because of it. If the President honours the principle of good governance and if he wants to restore any semblance of a legacy, he should reconsider this position. In fact, he should have resigned the moment the story broke that more than 200 million rands of public money was spent on his private home. I want to use this opportunity to send a very clear message to our honourable members that should the Honourable President be implicated in any wrongdoing in the Public Protector's report on the Nkandla scandal, I will not hesitate to table a motion to impeach him in this House. And while I cannot guarantee that we will win the vote, I know that from FNB Stadium in Gauteng to the forgotten people of Mototong, millions of South Africans will be calling for us to do the right thing. They know the real story, that our country cannot afford another 5 years of President Zuma's administration. Mr. Speaker, as we remember the legacy of our beloved President Nelson Mandela, we owe it to ourselves and to the young people who hold the future of our country in their hands to bring back the good story. We in the Democratic Alliance are working hard to do this. Let me tell you about the good story that is yet to come. It is a story of hope. We will overturn the story of frustration by fully adopting the National Development Plan, opening South Africa for business, and creating 6 million real jobs. We will rewrite the story of greed by enforcing a zero-tolerance policy for those who cheat the nation and misuse its resources. And we will end the story of fear by demilitarizing the police service and combating the fundamental problems in our criminal justice system. This is the good story, Mr. Speaker, which we will tell in 2019 when the ANC government is finally pushed below 50% at the national level. This is the story of the Democratic Alliance on the rise. South Africans saw it in the streets of Johannesburg last week. They will see it in the weeks to come, and they will surely see it at the ballot box on the 7th of May, 2014. The time for those who enrich themselves is over. Change is coming to South Africa. Province by province, ward by ward, street by street. We will restore the good story in South Africa, and we will deliver on the promise of freedom for all. I thank you.
I thank the honourable member. I now wish to invite the Honourable Likota to the podium. Honourable Likota.
Honorable Speaker, when the President took the oath of office, he said, among other things, that he intended or he would uphold and advance the Constitution of our country. And I was filled with hope that he would indeed move in this direction. Sadly, the President chose to turn himself into a prophet. He announced to the country that the African National Congress would rule until Jesus Christ comes back. Now, this is a very significant prophecy. And I thought that it must be somewhere in the pages of the Holy Book. It's a very significant prophecy, but it is a false prophecy. It is not in the Bible. It is not in the Quran. It is not in the Bhagavad Gita. It is not in any of the known books written by prophets in the history of the world. Instead of teaching the people of our country that democracy has to do with them evaluating government every 5 years to see whether they would like to return it to government or not, he chose to be a prophet and failed to live up to this promise of upholding and advancing the Constitution. So the church leaders of our country Christians, black and white, rich and poor, must reject this false prophecy. What I can tell you is that it's somewhere in the Bible it says, there will be false prophets. That is there in the Bible. You will find it there. I was saddened that the leader of our country has no respect and takes the name of Jesus Christ in vain. It is not in keeping with the lessons that those of us who grew up in Christian churches and Christian schools and homes have come to know. Our country must reject leadership that has no respect for the faith of the majority of its people. We cannot have false prophets who pretend to be what they are not. But you see, that was not all. When it seemed that that false prophecy was not holding out, he now did something even stranger. He told us ukuthi abaphansi bazosijezisa uma ngabe singavoteli ANC. Umhlola. Wajika ke manje uyasikhogisa manje ukuthi sesabe manje ukuthi i-constitution ithi there must be freedom of conscience ayikho engqondweni yakhe ke mhlolo so soyike manje sovota ngokusaba manje ukuthi sojeziswa ngamaphi lamadlozi afuna ukuthi thina sivotele abantu abantshontsha imali yesizwe na asinawo thina amakhosi yanjalo abanjalo asinabo abaphansi abanjalo abekho abake basifundisa ukuthi ukuntshontsha into elungileyo angeke kunjalo kusho ukuthi angeke basijezise ngoba siyenza lento basifundisa ukuthi akulungile ukuntshontshala ikakhulukazi ukuntshontshala abantu abahluphekile. Uri no badimu batarotla hai baning risa vote African National Congress. Now, you know, in the first place, if this false prophecy was somewhere in the holy books, the struggle against apartheid would have ended very quickly. Because all these people who were governing all of that time, they would have seen it in the holy book, that you must stand down for the African National Congress because it must govern until Jesus comes back. Ayikho ke leyo nto. Yabona, you are taking the approach under this leadership that the bigger the lie, the more convincing it is. Nisithembisa imisebenzi e500,000. Uma engenzeki niza ne6 million job opportunities. Isingisi esiningi esingasho lutho. Because abantu abanayo imisebenzi. Abantu abanayo into bayidlayo. Into ke mina engifuna ukuyisho ke yile angeke thina sokhogizwe ngabaphansi abathi sivotele abantu abantshontsha imali yethu baye Switzerland ngayo bahambe baye New York baye Mexico babuye lana bamkeleke nje ngabantu abayenza umsebenzi omuhle ezweni ngeke siyenze leyo nto. But let me tell you this, South Africa today is less happier than when President Mbeki was driven out of office. So sad. And the reasons are clear. When he left office, this country virtually did not owe anybody. Today, in less than 5 years, Izwe lakithi, this country is now almost R1 trillion in debt. Ayikho imali niyichithile nidlile bafowethu. Ayikho. And this is how you have done it. This is how niyenze kanje. Ngo-2010, 2011, just Terence Mbembe says, in fruitless and futile expenditure, 20 billion rand disappeared in your hands. Sisayifuna namanje. Had that money not disappeared, 20 billion rand, the students of our nation would not be running up the street, getting arrested, insisting and demanding money for education, for fees. Angazi ukuthi uplay honorable Nzimande okhuluma ngayo. Abantwana bethu bayaboshwa lapha phandle. Bayathutshulwa amaphoyisa ema-university. Because 20 billion rand disappeared in this administration's hands, 2010, 2011. But as if that is not all. The following year, in 2011, 2012, you didn't improve. 25 billion rand disappeared in your hands. That's why abantu bangena zindlu. Imali bekumele yakhele abantu izindlu. Inyamalele ezandleni zenu 25 billion rand. Abantu basekhaya elitsha balala emanzini. Magnetic. 25 billion rands iphelele ezandleni zenu. Siyayifuna bafowethu imali yethu. Buyisani imali yabantu base South Africa. Siyayifuna bafowethu leyo mali le. So abantu base Fixburg abanamanzi, abana electricity ngoba i25 billion rand ivele yachitheka lapha ezandleni zenu. You have to think again before you do this. And you see, of course, this year, you've done even worse. You outdid yourself. 30 billion rand. This past year, 30 billion rand. Inyamalele ezandleni zenu. So, is it any wonder township after township in the provinces you govern are going up in flames? And when people complain about that, the Honorable President says, no, it's because we have provided everything for everybody, and 95%, there's only a small 5% and so on. In my own hometown, people are drinking water that's stinking, sewage. Many of the children died there because of cholera. In all of the years of my life, ngikhula ke holela Kronstadt, ha ke soka ke nwa metsi angang mantle. It's the first time historing ya naha. Mmuso ona o leng ho ona o na lo tshwereng. And it's only, that's why I say, after President Mbeki was driven from office, I'm talking only about that time. The good story is when President Mandela was president. It is when President Mbeki was president, because we didn't owe anybody. We paid all the debt. So what did you do with this money? What did you do with 20 plus 25, which is 45 plus 30? And there's more. What did you do with it? Fruitless and futile. You can't explain it. You must explain to our people. So now our people must go to the voting stations, and they must vote for those who will not allow money to disappear in their hands. That is what our people must go and do. On the 7th of May, all our people, the students who don't have money for education, the people that have no homes, who have no homes, the people who have no sewage services, who have no water, they must go and vote out a government that has wasted so much of their money, so that they put in there men and women who are committed to making sure that the budget of the nation benefits them. They must do so for those who fear God, who don't think they can steal in the darkness and nobody will see, who will not declare that they will be in power until Jesus Christ comes back. You will be there as long as you do the will of God. If you are not doing the will of God, if you are stealing the money, if you are lying to the people, if you are intimidating the people with all kinds of chimeras, you will not succeed. You will not get there. So now I'm telling you the happier story, and I'm telling that until you correct and take the country back to where it was when you took it from President Thabo Mbeki, until you do that, you must come to terms with the fact that you have failed our nation. At the present time, businessmen and women of our country are sitting with huge quantities of money, terrified and uncertain that they can invest their money and there will be returns. So they are sitting with high liquidity. They are refusing to invest, not because they don't love their country, but you have created such a huge uncertainty that they are not doing it. We will create a situation in which they can feel confidence in their country, invest the money in this country, persuade others abroad to come and invest in this country, because this is the country Nelson Mandela freed. This is the country in which he laid the foundation so that our people can live in peace and live together, knowing that every day that passes takes them forward to where a better life lies. There's also talk, which, by the way, the Honorable President has made. He said that he wants to change the Constitution. He says he wants to change the Constitution. I've been listening carefully to hear what is it that he wants to change of the legacy of Mandela, Oliver Tambo, Sisulu, and others. What is it he wants to change? His spokesperson says I must ask him, because he did not make the speech, so I must ask umongameli. Kodwa umongameli akasitshela ukuthi yini le afuna ukuyishintsha kule constitution. Mzukwana nayichitha le constitution, you will be breaking the only glue that is keeping the people of South Africa together. You will be creating a situation which you will never be able to control and contain. And unfortunately, you will not be there when future generations in this country will suffer the consequences of your serious blunders. Many of you have already been talking about how this constitution is just for enemies of South Africa. That suggests that even Nelson Mandela was an enemy of the people of South Africa, according to you, because why did he negotiate this constitution and give it to us as the reliable path into the future? All the critical voices come from amongst yourselves.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. I now wish to invite the Honourable M.G. Buthelezi to the podium. Shenge.
Honorable Speaker, Kamela, Your Excellency, our President, Mamalala, Your Excellency, Deputy President, Mpuluwa, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. This year, as I rise to this podium, I do so with a keen sense of awareness of the absence of the Honorable Mr. Pence Kosana, Member of Parliament. Our party mourns his loss, and we're still shaken by the sudden nature of his passing in honor of a stalwart colleague and friend. I pay tribute to this vast contribution that he made both in this House and also beyond the walls of this House. The Honorable Ms. Kosana will be remembered with deepest respect and deepest love. And I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for your condolences in your speech on the passing away of our House chairperson. Colleagues, as we celebrate 20 years of democracy, we give due respect to the enormous strides made by ordinary South Africans to overcome the legacy of our past and create a new country in which freedom and equality prevail. We have good reason to be proud of our people. Having been a minister of state for 10 years of our freedom, under President Mandela and President Mbeki, I cannot say that government has done nothing for our people in our country. But unfortunately, since those days, those first years, we have surely lost our way. Considering this last quarter of our democratic era, one blatant truth demands to be spoken, Mr. President, under your watch. This government has failed South Africa. 20 years ago, words like rainbow nation, miracle transition, freedom, and reconciliation filled the public discourse. And under your leadership, sir, those words have become Marikana, scandal, protest, corruption. We saw more than 2 of your ministers defenestrated because of maladministration. And we saw the National Commissioner of Police being dismissed because of that. The leadership of our country under your watch, sir, is a far cry from the leadership of 20 years ago. It is far removed from the kind of leadership we received from Dr. Pixika Isaka Seme, Dr. John Dube, Reverend Mahato, Reverend Mahabane, Dr. Morocco, and Nkosi Albert Luthuli, and other prominent past leaders of the ANC. Under your watch, Your Excellency, the ANC has become a caricature of its former self, almost unrecognizable as the old liberation movement that helped usher in democracy in our country. Under your watch, Mr. President, dignity has shuffled off the stage of politics following the quiet exit of integrity. The question is whether we can reverse the damage and heal our nation. Beyond question is the obvious fact that to do so, we must remove the greatest obstacle to our success. Before we ever entered democracy, His Excellency Nelson Mandela warned the Congress of South African Trade Unions to be vigilant and to watch for a time such as this. In July 1993, he said, and I quote him, "If the ANC does to you what the apartheid government did to you, then you must do to the ANC what you did to the apartheid government," unquote. Then, in October 1998, the chairperson of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, His Grace Archbishop Desmond Tutu, echoed Madiba's sentiments when he said, and I quote him, "We can't assume that yesterday's oppressed will not become tomorrow's oppressors. We have seen it happen all over the world and should not be surprised if it happens here," unquote. He said this in reaction to the ANC's fury that the TRC would dare expose war crimes of the African National Congress and name the party as the common denominator in the black-on-black violence of our past. Straying outside the official narrative to speak the truth about the ANC makes one extremely unpopular. Ask me, I know. There is one word that is never mentioned in the ANC today, despite being the greatest legacy of our icon, President Nelson Mandela. That word is reconciliation. When you spoke of social cohesion, Mr. President, all you mentioned was the Soccer World Cup. Well, that is as close as you came to addressing the fact that our nation is still divided, still carries old wounds, and is opening new ones. And I must thank you, Your Excellency, for paying tribute to families across the political spectrum who lost loved ones during the violence of our past. But why, Mr. President, when you speak on the black-on-black violence of the 80s and 90s, do you speak only of state-sponsored violence? The ANC's People's War claims some 20,000 black lives in violence between parties on both sides. Counter-violence, revenge violence, predominantly aimed at securing political hegemony after liberation. Why did President Mbeki ask for amnesty for himself and other leaders of the ANC? I don't remember whether your name is in the list as well, sir. Calling all the violence state-sponsored denies all accountability and responsibility. How, Mr. President, does that foster reconciliation? Your condolences to IFE families who lost mothers, children, and uncles have little meaning in the absence of honesty. The wounds of the past will not disappear of their own accord. Surely we have learned that lesson. It is painful, but I cannot stand in this House, Mr. Speaker, in good conscience and say that today's ANC is the ANC in which I cut my political teeth. It is not the same creature. It is hideously transformed. So despite the attacks that will no doubt follow and the murmurs I'm hearing already, I'm saying today what every South African is thinking: how far have we fallen from Mandela's South Africa? We have lowered the bar from what is considered a grade 12 pass mark to what is considered a respectable leader. In response to Your Excellency's last State of the Nation address, I said, standing on this podium, that although you are the leader of the ruling party, you are still my president. And I would resent it if your actions portrayed you as a leader who speaks from both sides of your mouth. There is no country in the world in which duplicity is accepted in a president. Yet when you began your term, sir, of office, you promised to create 500,000 jobs. Instead, 1 million jobs were lost. Now, at the end of your term, you promised to create 6 million jobs. I fear for what the future holds. Let us not consistently insult the intelligence of our people. Let us not promise them an El Dorado which we cannot deliver. Strong nations are not built on promises. They are built on truth and honest leadership. Can we not hear the cry of our people as they bend tires, throw bricks, and lose their lives to protest against government? Are we deaf to the cry of the wounded, the helpless, the sick? Can we not hear the impoverished weeping? Mr. President, you kept returning last week to the pretty refrain, "We have a good story to tell." I cannot think of a more imaginative story than the one you weaved, sir, about service delivery protests. These protests, you said, President, are not the result of government's failures, but the result of government successes. And I quote you, sir, "Success is the breeding ground of rising expectations," unquote. No, Mr. President. Promises raise expectations, and when promises are broken, people protest. These are your people, sir, members of the ANC, who are engaging in violent protests against their government. It is not a case of playing party politics. And I'm quite amazed, Mr. Speaker, Your Excellency, by the uncalled for attack by the Minister of Higher Education on the IFP for its role in creating the University of Zululand and the Mangosuthu University of Technology during the ANC's era of liberation, now education data. I created the Mangosuthu University of Technology with private funding, as KwaZulu government received a shoestring budget from the Pretoria regime because of our rejection of the policy of apartheid, of balkanizing our country to many states. I did all this as a cadre of the ANC, on the instructions, or no less a person than Nkosi Albert Luthuli and Oliver Tambo, on behalf of the ANC. Nothing can change that truth. You can murmur until cows come home. I have a credible witness in this house, and a stalwart of the liberation struggle, in my sister, Mrs. Winnie Nomzamo Mandela. You can't even ignore her book where she says these things. When she visited Bekkersdal, Mrs. Mandela said, and I quote her in her presence, "I'm deeply hurt that I've seen no changes since 1994 when I was here with Chris Hani. It's not acceptable that I should be driving over sewage in Bekkersdal." And I'm surprised that the minister should attack me when, in fact, he actually lectured at the Mangosuthu Technikon. And it reminds me of my great-grandfather, King Dinizulu's mother. When my grandfather, King Dinizulu, was exiled at St. Helena, his mother actually acted as regent, and he formed a regiment, Udakwa Kusuta. Ngobantu bayadakwa kuSuthu. Your Excellency, to me, the National Development Plan is the best wish list for our country thus far. But our enthusiasm for the development plan has been dampened by the fact that some of the tripartite partners of the ruling party reject it. From experience, we know that when one of the tripartite allies sneezes, the ruling party catches a cold. This was exemplified by COSATU's rejection of President Begi's macroeconomic policy of growth, employment, and redistribution. Mr. President, if there were any certainty that the NDP will be implemented, South Africans may have reason to forgive you for any of your errors. The National Development Plan has the potential to be your greatest legacy, sir. But will it ever be implemented? Your warning that the strikes that take place at the drop of a hat can ruin our country was well said, sir. I remember that President Mbeki, when we were deputy president, actually asked you to address the issue of our rigid labor laws when you are deputy president. The warning that the weak exchange rate which you made poses a significant risk to inflation has put anxiety in the hearts of our people, who feel helpless in the face of the rising cost of living. And what hope do you offer them, Mr. President? Little more than the trite response you made that we must work together and do the right things. The administration has lost touch with the daily reality of its people. Rather than talking about how many cubic liters of jet fuel we can transport in a year, let's talk about the senseless loss of lives on our roads. Rather than simply thinking the many NGOs who lead the fight against abuse of women and children, let's ask why government fails to back these organizations financially. Why are so many vital non-profit service providers constantly on the brink of closure? There is money to be spent on these noble causes, but it is likely that this money is among the billions that are lost to, quote, unauthorized, irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure, in the words of the Auditor General. We can talk about 320 million that has been recovered through the National Anti-Corruption Court line, but why do we not talk about the 24.8 billion lost by provincial departments through maladministration? The 10 hospitals that have been built or refurbished look far less impressive against 24 hospitals that could be built with the mismanaged money, hospitals of the same standard as the 1 billion rand Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital. In the same way, we can talk about inordinately delayed successes of the land reform program. But why don't we talk about 59 million rand worth of farms lost through corruption in the land reform program, or farms to the value of 52 million that are still under investigation? Mr. President, you have told us that the battle against HIV is one of the biggest achievements of this administration. Just how quickly it is forgotten that the IFP had to join the TAC in the Constitutional Court's case as amicus curiae to force government to roll out antiretroviral to prevent mother-to-child transmission of HIV. The IFP was already doing it in KwaZulu-Natal, but it took the Constitutional Court to force the ANC to follow suit. So the biggest achievement of this administration has in fact been emulating the leadership of the IFP. I spent my life tending to the wounded. I know what it means to stand alone, to suffer injustice, and to mourn. I therefore long to heal this new sickness that has come upon our nation, the sickness of dishonest leadership. As you know, Your Excellency, I'm from a generation of leaders like Oliver Tambo, Walter Sisulu, Nelson Mandela, Govan Mbeki, Rowley Arenstein, Alpheus Zulu, Zami Kongo,
Order, members,
Robert
order.
Sobukwe, Steve Biko, John Matthews. And in this hall, I would say it's only the Honorable Mr. Andrew Mlangeni and perhaps Mr. Mandela and I who survived from this generation. By circumstances of history, Mr. Mlangeni and I have become the custodians of a political era in which integrity, morality, and righteous leadership prevailed. For the sake of our future, I've imbued this value into a party that will continue long after I'm gone. I will have no shame over my legacy, for I worked on the side of what is true and right. The party I founded continues on this path and is perhaps the last light of a political era our nation can be proud of. Mr. Speaker, Your Excellency, and honorable members, I apologize to no one for the fact that when Inkatha was founded in 1975, with the approval of Mr. Oliver Tambo, it was structured on the ideals of nonviolence and negotiations propounded by the founding fathers of the ANC in 1912. I was vilified for pursuing this path, just as Madiba was badmouthed by some of you when he started negotiating with the regime while he was still in prison. Yet would not be where the country is today had both of us not pursued those negotiations. It is odd then, Your Excellency, that after the State of the Nation address, our brothers and sisters in the South on that side of the aisle started singing one of Mkhonto Wesizwe's songs. How does this nature reconciliation to which Madiba dedicated his life? Well, on the 7th of May 2014, I pray that the people of goodwill choose to maintain a connection with South Africa's former glory, not by blindly continuing the poor imitation of a party that has long since lost its principles, but by creating continuity with the South Africa of 1994 and by voting for my party. Continuing down the present path, democracy will surely perish, but there is hope to change course and begin to heal. On the 7th of May, South Africa will visit the trauma unit. Whether we emerge healed or dying is up to the electorate. It is thus grossly irresponsible to promise that what one cannot deliver and to hide what has gone wrong under a thin veneer of sporadic successes. It is equally irresponsible to ply the electorate with food parcels and to campaign with state resources. It is irresponsible to make statements about our ancestors and the way into heaven, or about businessmen securing business through a party donation. South Africa deserves a free and fair election, not only in the rhetorical sense, but in fact. Voters deserve to know the truth, whether that truth is about multi-million rand security upgrades or crime statistics. Voters deserve to know why the ruling party ignored the will of the people for such an inordinately long time when we spoke with one voice against the security bill. Voters deserve to know. There is a pain in our nation, Your Excellency, and no amount of sweet talking is going to remove it. We need to get to the heart of the sickness and heal our nation. I and my party stand ready to do that, hand in hand with the people of goodwill. You can vilify me, you can hate me, that will be nothing new for me. But the time has come to prescribe something more than an antibiotic. The time has come for an amputation, so that our country can move forward without the dead weight of a leadership that no longer leads with integrity. Only then will the State of the Nation address begin to reflect the truth. Only then can we begin to heal. Namalal, Sholos.
I thank the Honourable Speaker. I now wish to invite the Honourable the Minister of Women, Children and People with Disabilities, the Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, may I remind the Honourable Chief Buthelezi that if Tatu Sisulu, Mbeki, Mandela, if Luthuli, if Reverend Mahabane were all here, they would be sitting this side of the House. I wish to remind the honorable leaders that Mandela is sitting in the ANC branch as we speak. I wish to remind honorable members that he has also paid his membership fees to the ANC through his royalties that will forever go to the African National Congress. Ngifuna ukukhumbuza usisi Lindiwe ukuthi mayesazi konke kangaka. Why did the DA rent a Mampila face for president? Ngifuna ukumbuza ukuthi ube kuphi ma i-corruption beyithola lapha ku-Premier of the Western Cape enika i-advisor yakhe i-tender la kule government yase Western Cape. Ube kuphi ma kunama service delivery protest asekhaya licha eGugulethu naseDawuni. Ube kuphi wethuleleni? I want to agree with the unwavering assertion made by President Jacob Zuma during his State of the Nation address when he stated that South Africa is a much better place to live in now than it has been before. Nkumbuze Honorable Terra, If you can't run a Poppy Hayes party like COPE, how can you ever run South Africa? Indeed, Mr. President, the liberation brought for the first time the promise of gender equality. The path towards the mainstreaming of gender equality was paved by the late former President Nelson Mandela 20 years ago during his inaugural State of the Nation address, when he stated, and I quote, "Freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression," unquote. Madiba made a call that the condition of the women of our country must radically be changed for the better, and that they must be empowered to intervene in all aspects of life as equals with any other member of society. The realization of women's empowerment and gender equality in South Africa remain guided by his words under the leadership of the African National Congress. As a result, today, we stand here and boldly declare that South Africa is a much better place to live in now than it has ever been before. The establishment of the Ministry of Women, Children and People with Disabilities by the Honorable President Jacob Zuma in 2009 stands as a testament of this commitment to promote, facilitate, coordinate, and monitor the realization of the rights and empowerment of women, children, and people with disabilities. This is an articulation of the Equality Clause of our Bill of Rights and the principles and policies of the African National Congress. The country has made great strides in addressing non-racialism, non-sexism, and gender discrimination, and in creating institutions and mechanisms for women's empowerment and gender equality, such as the Commission for Gender Equality. Key international instruments, such as the Beijing Platform for Action, CEDAW, the Protocol on the African Charter on Human and Women's Rights, the African Union Heads of State Protocol on Gender, the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development have all been signed and ratified by this ANC-led government. These have set new benchmarks and targets for government to achieve. In 2000, the South African National Policy Framework for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality was adopted by Cabinet and became the beacon guiding progress in this regard. It created a vibrant national gender machinery in the country which comprised women from government structures, parliament, the Commission for Gender Equality, and civil society. Honorable Speaker, South Africa's good performance on gender equality is evident both in international and regional indices. On the Social Institute on Gender Index on the OECD, South Africa is ranked 4th out of 87 countries in the 2012 index and was the top-ranked country in Africa. A good story to tell. On the SADC Gender Development Index, South Africa ranked 2nd in 2012 with a score only slightly lower than that of top performer, the Seychelles. On the World Economic Forum Gender Gap Index, South Africa has consistently remained in the upper levels, reaching 6th position in 2011. During South Africa's participation in the 57th session of the UNCSW, Ms. Michelle Bachelet, former Executive Director, UN Women, and now the President of Chile, praised South Africa for the launching of the National Council Against Gender-Based Violence on the 10th of December 2012, acknowledging the strategic day chosen, which was International Human Rights Day. The Executive Director also noted with appreciation the commemoration of World Rural Women's Day in South Africa and urged us to continue to highlight the situation of rural women in our country. She further recognized the proactiveness of the Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality Bill, adding that its success will lie in including all stakeholders, particularly the private sector. Honorable Speaker, one of our greatest achievements in this new democracy since 1994 was the remarkable representation of women in political and decision-making levels, which is a cogent manifestation of the high-level commitment and political will for gender equality and women's empowerment by the ANC government. Before 1994, the South African Parliament was a mere 2.7% women representation. Through the visionary leadership of former President Nelson Mandela and the African National Congress. You'll remember, he always said, I work in a collective. I am led by the collective of the African National Congress. Women representation jumped tenfold to 27% after the 1994 elections. By 1997, we had reached 30% under President Thabo Mbeki after the ANC Mafikeng Conference, which adopted the 30% target on gender. By 1999 and 2004, we had reached 33% representation under President Mbeki. In its Polokwane National Conference in 2007, the ANC adopted the 50-50 representation. This increased the representation of women in parliament to 44% and 42% in cabinet under the leadership of President Jacob Zuma. A good story to tell. Chairperson, the progress our nation is making is mainly due to the commitment of the African National Congress to women empowerment and gender equality. So the women of South Africa, niyazi ukuthi ngubani onilwelayo amalungelo wenu, ngumbutho wesizwe, umbutho ka-National Congress. Khona manje sixoxa ngamalungelo omama kuWEG, laba be-DA babhizi balwela big companies because they want the rich to become richer and the poor to become poorer. Once enacted, the WEG bill will become a powerful instrument to advance the objectives of gender equality and women empowerment and enforce compliance on the empowerment of women on the existing legislative framework, both within and outside the public service. To this day, sisalinde i-DA ide ikhwethe uminister abemnye aphe Western Cape kugcwele otata uninzi lwabo abamhlophe abagrey bayaphelelwa ngoku apha kule cabinet yalapha eWestern Cape. Mr. President, we have a good story to tell about the gender transformation of our country. We have done very well in various areas. To date, we have 10 DGs who are women in the public service. Today, we have the governor of the Reserve Bank who is a woman. Today, we have the CEO of the JSE who is a woman. We also have the incoming chairperson of the JSE who is a woman. Ayikho i-country emnandi kangaka lelizwe elamakhosikazi. We still have a challenge, Mr. President, in the judiciary. We have not done so well. To date, for instance, we have only 2 women in the Constitutional Court, and that should be addressed as a matter of urgency. We also are doing very badly in the private sector. and therefore would like to ensure that as we work on the bill, the private sector is getting ready to be transformed. Ngoba sizakubatsala, kicking and screaming, bazawulunga nabo. In terms of economic empowerment of women, we've worked with various departments in the economic sector, the DTI, DED, land reform and rural development, the IDC, SIDA, and other agencies. Imisebenzi bayikhiqizile yo mama. O mama namhlanje they own banamaplazi o mama. O mama bafuyile o mama bayalima. Abanye ngibabonile futhi sebeze bangamamillionaires. Bephakanyiswa ulo hulumeni wethu. Omama bayasebenza kuma cooperatives, banama feeding scheme, lawo abasizayo ukuthi bakwazi ukwakha imisebenzi nakumphakathi bakhela omama nentsha yethu eSouth Africa. Sithi ke sinabo namhlanje omama nakulezo ndawo kwakukade kuthiwa ezabo baba, sinabo omama namhlanje abakwa mining, sinabo omama namhlanje who are engineers, sinabo omama namhlanje who are in aviation, in the rail sector, in science and technology. Kodwa ke sithi ke siseza uqhubeka kangangoko through training and skills development ukuthi amakhosikazi akhule nawo afikelele kwizinga elifana naminye amakhosikazi kweminye imihlaba. Ama rights amakhosikazi niyayazi imbali ka-African Congress. Noba kwakungu President Mandela, noba kwakungu President Mbeki, that was the African National Congress. Namhlanje sine constitution which is applauded the world over, which has an equality clause in the Bill of Rights, which is the most progressive. Sine Domestic Violence Act of 1998, sine Prevention of Family Violence Act of 1993, sinabo Sexual Offences Act, sinabo Pepuda, sinayo nemithetho ye trafficking. Sithi nanji lemithetho futhi iyaluma, iyasebenza. Sibonile izidlwengu nababulali bomama befumana abo 2 life sentence, one for rape, one for murder. Sithi nalo ujezile uthole 22 years ngokuthwala umntwana wethu. Sijabulisana no family yakhe, sihalelisela no magistrate no judge omsentensile. Sithi nabanye abalandelayo abahambe ekhondweni. We are saying, in fact, these rapists that are taking our children and abusing them under the pretense of culture must actually get tougher sentences. They must get a life sentence because they are raping our children every day. They are taking them out of school and denying them opportunities to grow. President, we also have a good story to tell on the children of South Africa. Namhlanje, the ANC government has ensured that through our policies, budgets, we have education, health, and social security services that are protecting and developing our children. Namhlanje, ECD grade R has doubled from 300,000 a few years ago to over 700,000 children that are benefiting as we speak. And we are saying that we are working hard to ensure more children. In terms of the social security, this has drastically cut poverty, child poverty in South Africa. We have also seen, in terms of the MDGs, we have achieved parity in schools, but also at higher education level. And this ubamdege apa, diyazi ukuthi Minister Nzimande sele etyatyathule. We are also aware of the improvement in the matric results. Every year, our children are doing very well. All thanks to the African National Congress government. As far as health is concerned, we want to commend the Minister of Health for lowering mother-to-child transmission by more than 60% in the past 3 years. This has meant that it has moved from 8% to now 2.7%. And this also has ensured that maternal mortality and child mortality has come down in South Africa since this was related to the HIV and AIDS virus. We want also to say on people with disabilities, we have a good story to tell. South Africa has done well post-democracy in recognizing the rights of persons with disabilities through the Constitution of 1996 and the Integrated National Disability Strategy of 1997. We were one of the first countries to sign and ratify the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, which we are now realigning through our revised policy, and we will be working on legislation that will assist us to enforce the rights of people with disabilities. Our experiences over the past 20 years have taught us that the right to self-representation holds key to breaking barriers and opening doors to the creation of participatory democratic society. The People with Disabilities slogan is, "Nothing about us without us." Once again, it was the African National Congress which in 1994 walked the talk and became the first party to appoint an MP with disabilities, Ms. Maria Ranto. Today we have 16 members of parliament thanks to the ANC government. And throughout the country, we have 96 public representatives, whether they are councillors or provincial legislators, they are ANC public representatives. We also have 2 deputy ministers in women, children, but also in science and technology, which means amaphone ethu azoba accessible. Children with disability were by and large not welcome in ordinary schools prior to 1994. If a school principal did not want a child, the mother had to see to finish. Today, all children between ages 7 to 15 have to attend school, and this includes children with disabilities. Our education policies, inclusive policies, make sure that children with disabilities are accommodated in local schools. As a result, 94% of children with disabilities between 7 and 15 are enrolled in schools compared to 73% in 2002. Accessible transport is perhaps one of the most important enablers of persons with disabilities to ensure they can access education and work opportunities.
Thank
the
you,
cooperation
Honourable Minister.
received
Your time
and the
is
sterling
up.
work done by the Department of Transport in instituting universal design access in BRT programs needs to be commended. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Dreyer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I'm speaking in Afrikaans today, members will have the opportunity to follow me in any of the other languages through our brand new electronic systems. Sedert antieke Griekeland regeer 'n demokratiese en doeltreffende regering op 'n eerlike wyse met minimum korrupsie en met professionele finansiële bestuur. Op die 3 sake fokus ek vandag. In elke staatsrede maak president Zuma beloftes oor korrupsie. In 2010, we have repeatedly stated our commitment to fight corruption in the public service. We will intensify the fight against crime and corruption. In 2011, the fight against corruption continues. En in 2013 hoor ons ook hy sien korrupsie as 'n knelpunt. Maar Die Wêreldbank bevind egter die Zuma-regering se beheer oor korrupsie het tussen 2009 en 2012 met 10% verswak. En volgens Transparency International het skoon regering onder president Zuma oor die laaste 8 jaar met 30 punte gedaal. Reeds 5 jaar lank hoor ons dat tenderpreneurs vasgevat gaan word. Nou skielik met 'n sogenaamde sentrale tenderraad. Intussen het die DA-regering in die Wes-Kaap tenderkomitees reeds lankal vir die publiek oopgestel met groot sukses. Trouwens, terwyl die DA-regering in die Wes-Kaap al in 2010 'n wet aanneem wat staatsamptenare verbied om besigheid met die regering te doen, kry die Zuma binnekring staatskontrakte, soos byvoorbeeld die argitek Menenhle Makanya vir Nakantla. Voorts, 'n kernvaardigheid van 'n doeltreffende owerheid is professionele finansiële bestuur. Op 13 Februarie spog president Zuma in sy staatsrede, hy regeer die land al hoe beter. Maar wat is die waarheid? Volgens die ouditeur-generaal Kimi Makwetu eskaleer die Zuma-regering se wanbesteding sedert die vorige finansiële jaar met 33%. Makwetu bevind ook, regeringsdepartement het die afgelope finansiële jaar meer as 2000 miljoen rand op vrugtelose en vermorste wyse spandeer en 'n verdere 26.000 miljoen rand onreëlmatig bestee. Op 13 Februarie beweer president Zuma ook, "We have built strong institutions of democracy." Maar, volgens die ouditeur-generaal Kimi Makwetu, verontagsaam 93% van nasionale departemente finansiële regulasies. Ek herhaal, 93% van departemente verontagsaam regulasies. En die spesiale ondersoekeenheid skat dat tot 30.000 miljoen rand elke jaar verlore gaan weens korrupsie in regeringsaankope. Met hierdie 30.000 miljoen rand wat lede van die Zuma-regime vermors en steel, kan die DA-regering in die Wes-Kaap elke jaar 162.000 nuwe onderwysers aanstel en beurse aan 500.000 studente betaal. Trouwens, volgens die beoordeling deur die onafhanklike grondwetlike instelling, die South African Institute of Government Auditors, laas jaar was 7 uit 10 van die topbestuurde provinsiale departemente in die Wes-Kaap. Dus is die Wes-Kaap in 2013 die best regeerde provinsie in Suid-Afrika. Ter samevatting, terwyl elke staatsrede beloftes maak, misken 93% staatsdepartemente finansiële regulasies en gaan 30.000 miljoen rand van ons belasting elke jaar verlore weens korrupsie. Madam Deputy Speaker, dalk lê die kern van wanbestuur by die kern van die regering, by nommer 1. Ondanks 5 amptswonings word meer as 200 miljoen rand van die publiek se geld aan sy privaat woning by Nakantla spandeer vir veiligheid. Jy's mos veiliger met liggies, struike en 'n beeskraal. Jy's mos veiliger met 'n nuwe gimnasium net vir jouself. En jy's die heel veiligste in 'n reuse swembad. 3.6 miljoen rand van die publiek se geld word gebruik om te keer dat spionasiebande met die ware feite oor hom vrygestel word. 783 klagtes is teen hom ingedien vir geldwasery, bedrog en korrupsie. Die kern in hierdie nes van korrupsie is meneer Jacob Zuma.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Makloa.
Deputy Speaker, what an honor it is to have a response after the President's State of the Nation address. It was an address that was the story of a president who has failed to deliver on his promises. I cannot agree more with you, Mr. President, that South Africa is indeed a better place since 1994, but is South Africa a better place since 2009, when President Zuma first assumed office? That is the real question here today. That is the question South Africans are asking in their homes across the country. And the answer is no, Deputy Speaker. The story of Zuma's ANC since 2009 is not a good story. During President Zuma's term, it has never been more difficult to find employment. Speaker, in his speech, President Zuma said, and I quote, "Our country still faces the triple challenge of poverty, inequality and unemployment, which we continue to grapple with," unquote. But what is his plan to deal with it, if that is true? He provides none in his speech except for the creation of opportunities. Mr. Speaker, our people want dignity of a real job. Where is the plan to combat corruption, which is the major source of the unemployment in this country? I am not surprised that there isn't one, Mr. Speaker, because he has no credibility to speak to South Africans on corruption. South Africans only see the palace of Nkandla when he speaks of corruption. The Honorable President has told us a story of Transnet, new multi-product pipeline, but Minister Nzimandi, the part of the story that our President has not told us is that work on this project began in 2008. It was meant to be completed in 2010. It was initially budgeted at 9.5 billion rand. It has been delayed for 3 years at a cost more than doubled from 9 billion rand to 23.4 billion rand. A review on the systematic failures of this project was completed late last year. Until now, no information on the cost overruns of 14 billion rand and the delay of 3 years has been made public to us. Honorable Likota, if you calculate the fruitless expenditure that you have mentioned here today, it's worth more than 70 billion rand that has gone down the drain in President Zuma's term due to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful spending by government departments and public entities. Instead, the President boasted last week, "I have a good story to tell," and I quote, "Government has recovered more than 320 million. 320 million from perpetrators through the National Anti-Corruption Hotline," unquote. 70 billion is still gone, Mr. President. Imali ipelile. This actually reminds me of a story written by Hans Christian Andersen about two weavers who promised an emperor a new suit. But the emperor's new clothes were invisible. He was blind to his nakedness, and the only people could see him for what he truly was. South Africa cannot be fooled. We shall be among those to remind the emperor of his failures. And Mr. Speaker, if we want to talk about decorum in this House, then we must be able to carry the proverbial flag. If President Zuma's record is something to go by, the state of the nation should be President Zuma's last. That would indeed be a good story to tell. I thank you.
Honorable Olomisa.
Good story, good story. Mr. The Chairperson, Minister, Honorable President, Deputy President, and Honorable Members. Amalala, lithini linkenjane lingublade. Thank you, Mr. President, for sending Minister Chabane to help the Walter Sisulu University students, whilst that confused communist was busy at a certain rehabilitation center being helped to deal with his addiction to one of the whiskey products. Mr. President, allow me to apologize in advance for not being able to stay for the entire duration of this debate.
Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
There's a point of order, Honorable.
I think the honorable member make an insinuation about the honorable minister.
It's an insinuation, Uchona.
Uh,
I didn't accuse you.
He's making a serious allegation against the Minister of Higher Education in terms of the rehabilitation of one of the brands of whiskey.
Go and investigate.
That is not parliamentary, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can you please rule on that?
Honorable Olomis,
Yes?
you know where you must make those allegations.
I thought you would go back and consult with your advisors and then come back to the House and tell us.
Honorable Olomis,
Okay, I withdraw.
thank you very much.
Mr. President, allow me to apologize in advance for not being able to stay for the entire duration of this debate. I have to go to Pretoria to finalize the submission of the Defence Force Service Commission to the Portfolio Committee on Defence. I also need to prepare for my trip to Bloemfontein to attend the National Defence Force Day celebration. I hope you understand, sir, because you assigned me and others in this country this task. Deputy Speaker, the 2014 State of the Nation Address debate takes place at a time when South Africa marks 20 years of freedom. This gives us an opportunity to reflect on the progress made and the challenges facing South Africa today. We acknowledge the good strides made since the attainment of our freedom. We also fully concur with you, Mr. President, that South Africa is a better place to live in today than it was before 1994. However, contrary to popular belief, many South Africans do not have a good story to tell about our 20 years of freedom. Millions of South Africans in townships, rural and peri-urban areas still do not have access to land, houses, water, and sanitation. Even in instances where service deliveries have been delivered, the quality of the final product leaves much to be desired. As we speak, government has to demolish and rebuild thousands of poorly built RDP houses around the country. There is also a general lack of maintenance of the existing infrastructure in many previously disadvantaged communities, which negatively affect the delivery of water and electricity. While the UDM acknowledges the impact of colonial and apartheid legacy on the South African economy, 20 years into our democracy, there is clear evidence that poor economic policy choices, economic mismanagement, and corruption have negatively affected our economy. Furthermore, over the last 20 years, we have witnessed growing levels of tension and mistrust among these three main role players, that is government, labor, and business. On the one hand, this mistrust has discouraged big business from investing billions of available cash in our economy. On the other hand, it has often resulted in illegal, violent strikes, which negatively affect the economy, depress the currency, and investor sentiment. These strained and often volatile industrial relations have resulted in high unemployment rates. Millions of South Africans are unemployed, the majority of which are youth, while others live in abject poverty. Rising food prices and fuel costs have added to the misery by making it difficult for many South Africans to make ends meet. What adds insult to injury is that our education system fails to give our children the basic education they need to be economically active. In the meantime, levels of inequality increase at an alarming rate. The high levels of inequality are a direct result of corruption and policies that allow the rich to accumulate obscene wealth at the expense of the poor and marginalized. The most painful irony, however, is that of a government has over the past 20 years taken the arms deal, Hitachi, and so on and so on. Whilst last weekend, regarding government spending of millions of taxpayers' money on your private property, the president, had it not been cases where senior ruling party leaders are caught with their hands in the cookie jar, junior officials are always made to take the blame. Even former President Mandela admitted to the widespread existence of corruption in the ruling party when he said in August 1998, I quote, "We have learned now that even those people with whom we fought the struggle against apartheid's corruption can themselves be corrupted." Close quote. Mr. President, it seems other South Africans have a different story to tell. No one can dispute that corruption destroys the gains of our freedom. It also chases away the investors. Bearing this in mind, government needs to take active steps to promote and entrench a culture of good governance. To root out corruption, the UDM believes that government should introduce courts that are dedicated to handle corruption cases. Government should restore the powers of the accounting officers and ensure that there is no political interference. The role of political heads should be confined to that of oversight. The bleak picture I've sketched above about the strong prevalence of institutionalized corruption reminds South Africans to never again put their eggs in one basket. Sanele into basimane sixelela ba umnye umbutho ozawulawula elizwe. Kufuneka ngoku siyinqande le nto utyiwa kwale mali because imoba banepower eninzi bayayimisuse. Namhlanje amaxhagwazana neendlela ezilalini ungaya ngapha kwelali ekuthiwa ngomcelwane zange babe na electricity, zange banazindlela, kodwa babesincedisile ngelaa xesha sasithi makulwele inkululeko, masikhululeke sincediseni u-ANC. Namhlanje akukho kwanto yenziweyo. Sikubhala ke mhlekazi, siyabulela kule line osivulele yona. Ndizobrief ezi members zithanda ukuhlala apha zingazinto. Laa line siyayisebenzisa. Isincedile kakhulu la line yakho ye corruption. Because xa ndiyile elalini okanye ndiye elokishini ndiyabuya ndibhale, istaff sakho have been good, but as ministers ezinye sewenze i-reference kuzo uba mazi-athende ezi zinto ezifana noblade lo bengxola apha bangakwazi ukuzilungisa ezinto. Therefore kuzawufuneka ndakunceda wena. Ndakunceda wena. Ongenayo nelicense apha before 1994 wayifumana kwibhandustane kuTranskei ithi ndiyaxoka.
Ixesha lakho liphelile. Honorable Minister. Order, honorable members.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, honorable members, indeed, the international community confirms that South Africa has a good story to tell. Our freedom is a product of our people's struggles and the international solidarity. Tata Oliver Tambo would be satisfied that the foreign policy we pursue today resonates with what he and many other of our heroes and heroines like Johnny McCartney envisaged. In his State of the Nation address, His Excellency Mr. President spoke about the good story of how South Africa contributes to the creation of a better South Africa in a better continent of Africa and a better world. A peaceful and prosperous world, a world without hunger, disease, and ignorance. A world founded on our values of Ubuntu, I am because you are. a world with global institutions that must rightfully represent all. Our vision of a better South Africa entails a vision, indeed, of a better Africa and a better world. Madam Deputy Speaker, the foreign policy of our country has come of age in the past 20 years. In 1994, the new government inherited a country which had suffered international isolation because of its apartheid policies. But we also, on the other hand, through the struggles of our own people, inherited the people's foreign policy of resistance and struggle, which became the launching pad when our country was warmly received as a new member of the international community. 20 years on, South Africa is no longer what President Mandela referred to as a skunk of the world or a pariah state, but is now at the center stage as a valuable and respected global player. We achieved this thanks to our principled and independent foreign policy that is rooted on the plight of our continent and supported by strong South-South cooperation as well as partnerships with the countries of the North and our active participation in institutions of global governance. As I stand here and speak today, Madam Deputy Speaker, South Africa in 20 years has attracted the second largest population of diplomats in the world, second only to Washington, D.C. Before 1994, South Africa was represented in less than 25 countries around the world. Today, under your leadership, Mr. President, we are represented in more than 126 countries in just but 20 years. I know that for people who don't have a story to tell, it's very convenient to disaggregate and disappropriate the successes of the African National Congress in 20 years. But the international community refuses to listen to that. It is ANC that liberated this country from bondage. In 20 years, this ANC led this country. Let me remind you of what happened in the past 5 years when some of us maybe were fast asleep, I don't know. In the past 5 years of your administration, Mr. President, South Africa has hosted the first ever circus spectacular on African soil in 2010 under your leadership. The world confirmed at the end of that circus spectacular that this was the most successful soccer FIFA World Cup on African soil. The first time on African soil, but the most successful globally. We wish Brazil well as they take over from us. In 2011, Mr. President, through Madam Deputy Speaker, South Africa, under President Zuma's leadership, infused new life into climate change negotiations, which we hosted, COP17. We successfully placed the world on an unassailable course through the adoption of the historic Durban Platform for Enhanced Action, which will culminate in 2015 with the adoption of a protocol or legal agreement that will be applicable from 2020. We are happy to report that the Durban legacy endures and continues to be the basis of future climate change responses. Mr. President, through Madam Deputy Speaker, in May 2012, South Africa successfully hosted the Global African Diaspora Summit, an event of historic significance in relations between Africa and its diaspora. The outcome of the summit was the creation of sustainable partnerships between the African diaspora and the African continent through a program of action, creation of sustainable dialogue, partnership, and strengthening of Pan-African solidarity for a better Africa and her diaspora, and the promotion of South-South cooperation. Madam Deputy Speaker, under President Zuma's leadership, South Africa not only joined BRICS, but hosted the historic BRICS Summit in March of 2013, the first on African soil, whose key outcomes, the eThekwini Action Plan, is being implemented under your chairship to the satisfaction of our BRICS partners. The key outcomes of the summit was the launch of concrete measures towards establishment of the BRICS-led development bank. All other international financial institutions confirm that there's space and this is the right time for this bank to be established. We are working very, very hard to make sure, under your leadership, Mr. President, that the domicile of this bank comes here to Mzansi. The establishment of the BRICS Business Council and BRICS Think Tank Council is just one of the highlights of this. A retreat of the first ever, a retreat between African leaders and their new and real, not donors, real cooperating partners, was hosted by your good self, Mr. President, with the theme, Unlocking Africa's Potential, BRICS and Africa Cooperation on Infrastructure. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are currently the co-chairs of the very, very important forum on China and Africa cooperation, which summit will host in 2015. We have sought to strengthen our continental organizations, notably SADC. Remember, we used to be the real skunk in our own neighborhood. Thanks to the frontline states, it's easier now to relate and connect with our neighborhood in SADC. We are at the center stage of strengthening institutions of governance in the African Union as vehicles for the regeneration of Africa, to build a continent that is free of conflict and underdevelopment, self-reliance, and finding African solutions to African problems will remain our inspiration as we advance the implementation of NEPAD. This is our very own. By the way, African peer review mechanism rivals and will over time rival OECD, because this is our own peer review mechanisms that should become a reference point on how we are faring as Africans here on African soil, but also to say, never again would this Africa be colonized. That we'll use our own standards, we will use our own measurements to check through our own people if we are on the right path. We would continue to play a role as we do in the establishment of the African security architecture that is able to respond rapidly and timelessly to crisis, including negation of unconstitutional changes of government. Through NEPAD's Presidential Infrastructure Initiative, PICI, that is chaired by our president, we give practical meaning to our conviction that infrastructure connectivity is key to the achievement of an integrated and developed Africa, which spearheads our economic diplomacy. Madam Deputy Speaker, our continent is indeed on the rise and on the move. It will continue to negate the new narrative that says we must be careful of ourselves, that we are becoming the fragile, one of the fragile five. The clock would never turn back. We are on the move forward. And all those who are progressive know that global economic climate at the moment makes even those who had considered themselves to be developed to become fragile. So we can't emerge and be fragile at the same time. We're aware of our weaknesses and will continue correcting the wrongs that we come across along the way. I say this with conviction because we've just concluded the celebration of the Golden Jubilee of the existence of the OAU-AU. We noted with pride that the last 50 years of our union witnessed the defeat of colonialism and attainment of African unity as embodied in the OAU and AU. Africa is determining its own destiny over the next 50 years through Agenda or Vision 2063 that our very own countrywoman is leading at the moment through the AU Commission, which will be long-term roadmap towards social and economic development of our continent, building durable peace, consolidating democracy, and defining Africa's place and future in the world. With Agenda 2063, Africa is taking charge of writing its own narrative. Madam Deputy Speaker, peace is central to a better Africa. Through SADC, we have worked with the people of Zimbabwe and Madagascar for political normalcy in those two countries. South Africa remains actively engaged in the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, amongst others. We thank the President for appointing the Deputy Chair of the National Development Plan, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, as the Special Envoy of South Africa to South Sudan in order to support the mediation effort led by IGAD and to encourage an environment of peace and reconciliation in South Sudan. We also welcome the appointment of Mr. Ramaphosa as the President's Special Envoy again to Sri Lanka to facilitate the sharing of our experience in nation building and reconciliation with that sisterly nation. What is humbling for us is that this is not, we did not invite ourselves in those countries. It is the countrymen and women of those countries who said, South Africa, we can trust you. We believe you can be a sincere peace broker. Please come work with us. Please come support us. Our brothers and sisters in some parts of North Africa are yet to fully recover from the painful process of democratization of their countries. We have offered them our hand of solidarity and support. Our country will assume its 2-year membership into African Union Peace and Security Council from April 2014. Madam Deputy Speaker, the durable peace we want in Africa is also important to other regions of the world. South Africa supports international efforts aimed at the establishment of a viable Palestinian state existing side by side in peace with Israel. Our international solidarity with Western Sahara, Cuba, and Palestinians continue to occupy an important place in our foreign policy. Honorable Minister Lechisa has just informed me that this morning they've signed an MOU with the people, the authority, and the government of the people of Palestine to support them in the establishment of local government structures in that country. The Syrian conflict has been raging for nearly 3 years with devastating humanitarian consequences. We were humbled by the invitation of the organizers of Geneva II conference, and we fully participated, and we will continue to support the efforts of the Joint Special Representative of the UN and the Arab League states for Syria. I wish to take this opportunity again to confirm, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the leadership here that when we were in that conference, South Africa was the only sub-Saharan Africa that was invited to Geneva II. But until we took the floor to speak, countries were saying, South Africa, you are the only country with moral authority that can make a valuable contribution in this discussion. And we will continue to do that. South Africa applauded the successful last round of negotiations in Geneva on Iran of the P5+1. We are hopeful that the current round of negotiations will even be more fruitful. Madam Speaker, South Africa enjoys warm and cordial relations with all regions and countries of the world. Many of these relations are executed through well-structured bilateral mechanisms. Some are at the strategic level. Through these relations, we promote our national interests, which will include the domestic priorities. These bilateral engagements range from cooperation on the African agenda, economic diplomacy, exchange of cutting-edge technologies, as the Honorable Minister Hanekom hosted a very successful BRICS Science Ministers Summit in this country a week or so ago. Also working on capacity building, infrastructure program, human resource development, social development, and multilateral cooperation. we remain committed members of our IPSA dialogue together with Brazil and India to solidify the South-South cooperation agenda. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we participate in institutions of global governance, notably United Nations, informed by the belief that this institution must be representative of the diversity of humanity and be governed in a transparent and open manner to the benefit of all nations, big and small. When our second term into the United Nations Security Council ended in December 2012, South Africa left that body more convinced than ever before of the urgency of the long outstanding issue of reforms. We have therefore challenged the UN membership not to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the formation of the United Nations in 2015 with an unreformed United Nations Security Council. The current formation is unfair to developing and small countries, undemocratic, and disenfranchises the majority of member states of the United Nations, who form the majority of the General Assembly. Madam Deputy Speaker, our country took its seat as a newly elected member of the UN Human Rights Council on the 1st January 2014. Our election to this auspicious body reaffirms our commitment to achievement of human rights of all citizens, the citizens of the continent and the citizens of the world. We will continue to serve diligently to make sure that these rights are not just about political rights, but they are also about economic rights as we continue to serve in ECOSOC, and making sure that the post-2015 agenda champions the cause of the poor, the underprivileged, and the people of the South. South Africa will once again participate in the next G20 meeting to continue focusing specifically on the development working group, remembering also and consciously remembering that we are currently the only African country participating in that process, so we would always remember where we come from. 20 years of our freedom, a better South Africa has become a good story to tell. In the next coming 5 years and beyond, we must ceaselessly move South Africa forward. Leave the skeptics behind, because some of them wish they could turn the clock backward as much as they cannot. The 5 decades of independence of Africa have taken us closer to our goal of a better and united Africa. We are now on course towards Agenda 2063. A better world is also in the making. The countries of the South, including our own, are no longer spectators in this. The quest for a better world is a struggle that must continue. As the icon of our nation, the father of our nation, had said in many other settings, that, I quote, "To be free is not merely to cast one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others." This was confirmed by one of our forebearers on our continent, Kwame Nkrumah, when he said, and I quote, "Our independence is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total liberation of Africa." This is the spirit of our foreign policy, which is simultaneously rooted in our national interests. Pan-Africanism and internationalism. A better South Africa is for a better Africa and a better world. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, business will be suspended for 15 minutes for a comfort break. Bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business, and business is now suspended. Honorable members, we shall now resume with the debate on the President's State of the Nation address. And the following speaker is Honorable Motau.
Mr. President, Deputy President, Honorable Deputy Speaker, there are more than 7 million fellow South Africans who are crying out for real jobs. This is a story we dare not ignore. Most of these are young people under the age of 35. They are frustrated and desperate as a bleak, jobless future stares them in the face. Relentless unemployment seems to be the only certainty in their lives. Something must be done to turn the pumpkin of work opportunities into the carriage of real jobs, particularly among young South Africans. The signs of agitation are there for us to see. Last year, hundreds of youths marched for jobs in Socioeconomic north of Pretoria. The DA's recent march for real jobs in Johannesburg was attended by thousands of DA supporters and unemployed South Africans. These are but a few examples of the desperate need for government to create real jobs. Quoting figures released by State South Africa, President Zuma last week told the nation that his ANC had a good story to tell. That 15.2 million people were employed and that employment increased by 653,000 jobs last year. What the president did not tell the nation is that State South Africa also reported that of the 35 million working age people in South Africa, 12.8 people were not economically active. 4.8 million people are unemployed. 2.2 million people are discouraged work seekers. That is, they have given up looking for work. They have lost hope. Even more frightening is that 66% of all unemployed youth aged between 15 and 34 years are victims of long-term unemployment, a staggering 2.1 million young people. Scary as this is, it is not surprising when we consider that 36,290 jobs were lost in our local companies last month only. This is not a good story to tell. The painful, inescapable truth is that weak economic leadership and ill-conceived labor policies have spawned high barriers to entry in the labor market, excluding millions of South Africans from accessing real jobs. Sustainable economic growth is critical for jobs. The DA believes that the implementation of the right policies, as spelled out in the DA's plan for growth and jobs, can achieve an annual economic growth rate of 8% and create 6 million real jobs by 2025. We know this can be done. The trajectory of low growth and high unemployment on which President Zuma's administration has put South Africa is not sustainable. The 6 million work opportunities promised by President Zuma are short-term public works peace jobs. Although important for short-term poverty alleviation, EPWP work opportunities are highly politicized and tend to go to ANC-connected people only. South Africans want jobs, not work opportunities for the friends of the ANC. In his speech, the president did something valuable to warn those involved in mining that strikes risk loss of jobs. We thank him for urging caution on the sector, but his warning is too little, too late. Years of militant rhetoric by mining unions and Zuma's ANC have created a toxic atmosphere where worker intransigence will guarantee falling investment and disappearing jobs. But when the CEO of South Africa's oldest mining house, Anglo American, tells us that the company is walking away from one of its most valuable assets, it's time to be afraid. Mr. Deputy Speaker, thousands of jobs hang in the balance. More and more companies are reducing their investment in South African mining industry. The current strike in the platinum industry, in its fourth week, has reportedly cost 2 billion rand in revenue for producers and, wait for it, 900 million rand in forfeited wages solely needed by workers. The unwillingness of the ANC government to seriously engage the labor reform has brought us to this unfortunate impasse. Into this poisonous space, we have the new MPRDA bill, a bill which has been driven by the ANC's traditional hostility towards the mining industry, by the belief that mines are an enemy of our people and not potential partners to propel them out of poverty. Compound all of this with poor infrastructure, failing roads and railways, and power cuts such as those in Richards Bay, preventing the export of millions rands worth of coal, all hamper growth. This is talk about, there is talk about fixing infrastructure, but it is largely and remains largely just talk. Clearly, now is a time for bold change. The DA can deliver this bold change. The time to implement the NDP recommendations of jobs is overdue, but this cannot be left to neglect.
Thank you, Honorable
in its
Montao.
current.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Very much.
Honorable Chabalala.
Indeed, we do have a good story to tell, and I'm going to tell you the story. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament, and distinguished guests in the gallery and viewers at home. In his State of the Nation address, Honorable Jacob Zuma has noted with fact and with quite a concern around the youth unemployment. As much as State SA has released that the youth unemployment has risen, youth unemployment has declined. However, he rose with concern that indeed it is not a unique phenomenon only in South Africa. It is a global crisis, and that's why we're dealing with it. The EPWP introduced 2004 on the measures to reduce negative impact and high persistence level of youth unemployment. It is aimed to provide the unemployment opportunity to work and avenue to contribute developing their communities and the country. We should remember that the ANC-led government has inherited a government that didn't care about young people, of which there were majority then. It inherited a government that only wanted young people in prison and that only wanted to kill young people. Honorable President, the hegemony of our movement must take a clear shape and a meaning. The rollout of youth empowerment and development programs to all youth in our country, rural, urban, farms, townships, and suburbs, can't afford any delays. The EPWP program extends over enormous sectors, including community work program, infrastructure, social sector, public employment programs, environment and cultural sector, also the non-profit organization. Since the start of the EPWP phase, we've seen in 2012-2013 the rise of 3.5 million work opportunities. So with that said, it is possible for us to create 6 million work opportunities in this administration. In Gauteng Ekurhuleni Metro, we've seen there is a project called Tembisa Youth Empowerment, where Honorable President, young people there, they've been given skills to ensure that they are able to put to install solar geysers. Young people are excited about it. They're also enthusiastic. It does not end there. There is a partnership with Ekurhuleni FET College, Public Works, DTI. They ensured that they give the skill, they give the certificate, and young people are able to formulate cooperatives out of this. This is just an emulation on the impact of the EPWPs. As much as others are halabaloo and they're saying that EPWP is not a decent work, EPWP creates an opportunity for young people to be entrepreneurial, for young people to be their own masters of their own creation in this lifespan. The EPWP in Northern Cape, in Ikaya Letu, has employed 181 beneficiaries in the province. Out of those 181, 15% has been people with disabilities. And through this, 20% received permanent employment in the mining industry, 7% in Department of Education, 5% in health, 10% in South African Social Agency, Department of Social Development, 90% has been employed in the retail industry. The ANC manifesto clearly sets out around the 6 million job opportunities, and we won't shy away about it. When people are busy telling us about job opportunity, job decent work because they just wake up and say it, the reality of the situation, it's our COSATU that has been canvassing for decent work. Now other people wake up here and tell us they want decent job and they go and march. It's not true. Must be noted that it is the ANC that cares about its own people. People today, they're telling us they've released their own labor stats and they're saying they want to grow the economy by 9% when we have said we want to grow the economy by 5%. It is quite conniving, it is quite political, and you can even see it that DA has run out of ideas. It is very clear from where we are sitting, from the last speaker, what they are speaking about. They are taking cue from what the ANC is saying. The ANC speaks about 6 million job opportunities. Now they're speaking about decent job in the same ratio. So you can see they don't have ideas. The youth must learn from the history to be able to contribute in the present and successfully master their own future. To young people of the country, I must say to you, the future is a reality, not merely a dream. There's a very reason that the firm responsibility of our movement must ensure that efficient investment in young people is important. As I said, President, I would like to salute the ANC for ensuring that they also reward the young people by ensuring that they also invest in them, rather than giving young people a title that is called a leader of what I have no idea. What they don't do, they're not allowing those young people to crawl, to learn how to crawl and be able to know how to walk. Those young people, they forever suffer from what we call mental slavery and later develop what is called late adolescent stages. And that's where we are sitting with in this house. Being youth is not about age, honorable members, it is a state of mind, and we've seen the state of mind in the house. However, honorable Deputy Speaker, as the youth of 1940 and 1970s did not disappoint the finest cause of our people, we dare not fail to even do more to defend the gains of our revolution. Our responsibility should be to do, in the words of Fidel Castro, that said, all in everything for the revolution, against it, nothing against the revolution. We must continue to sharpen our skills and broaden our political landscape. This to guard against falling prey to the vultures of doom. Will be guilty if lying, if we make a claim that all is well. It is in our preparedness and discipline that as youth will take forward the national cause and ensure that we do what the ANC wants. Unlike joining the voices of popcorn civic organization will not help us, but continual support and engagement with our government to improve the cause. Amongst other issues, President, I would like to speak about the multi-pronged strategy that we've forever spoken about to address the youth unemployment. We are speaking about EPWP that gives 5.8 million is this administration, and that is proudly brought to you by the ANC. We are speaking about NSFAS loan today that has 9 billion addressed to it, that is proudly brought to you by the ANC. We are speaking about the jobs funds today that has 10 billion allocated to it, proudly brought to you by the ANC. We speak about the youth tax incentive. We speak about the NYDA. We speak about the Mzansi golden economy that has 240 million. So who wants to tell me that ANC government does not care about young people in the investment of the youth development? Honorable President, let me take the opportunity to welcome the Presidential Youth Indaba on jobs and the skills. That should be, amongst other things, to come up with a program that will be used as a measurement tools to track in progress done, initiatives done by all different departments in dealing with youth development. I want to say to young people belonging to the YCLSA, to COSAS, to all of them, to COSATU, to ANC Youth League, all young people within all fraternities of society, they must keep calm. The ANC is here. It's not going anywhere. And with that said, I want to say to them, where I'm sitting, the ANC cares about them and will forever care about them. I like what is called the theoretic DA claims to be champion real job as opposed to expand the public work. In this case, the DA, please explain to South Africans why last year they bitterly opposed the raising minimum wage of farm workers to 65 to the present 105. The 65 that the DA was defending, it's actually less than the 67 minimum stipend paid to EPWP participants. So the DA must be able to tell us about what is called the decent wage that they are speaking about. It's mere rhetoric, it's more like a political campaign that is happening. I want to say to yourself, the only ANC that is got what you call the PYA, and our young people have got the right to also listen to us. The last thing I want to say, Honorable cope. He's not here, unfortunately. He speaks about young people are burning somewhere and all that. I want to say here is that SASCO has got the right to march. It is this ANC that canvasses for this democratic right. So the same administration is marching against, resolve its own contradiction. So it should not come as a surprise that young people are marching in this democracy. It is important, and this honorable president always canvasses for democratic processes to unfold. So when you think that everybody saying the country is burning, what is burning in the country? It is an honorable principle and democratic right to happen. I would like to thank you.
Honorable Meshwa.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, and honorable members. The African Christian Democratic Party agrees with the Honorable President Zuma
Order,
that
honorable
we
members.
live in a much better country than we did before 1994. The President punctuated his State of the Nation address with the phrase, "We have a good story to tell." Yes, Deputy Speaker, we all love good stories, particularly stories that inspire confidence and hope for the future. But sadly, the President's stories fail to inspire hope for the future, and instead of looking forward, his speech focused on the past. It gave examples of what government had done since 1994, but there was little to no mention of what government intends to do to address the many serious challenges presently facing our nation. In reference to violent service delivery protests, the President said, and I quote, "The dominant narrative in the case of the protests in South Africa has been to attribute them to alleged failures of government. However, the protests are not simply the result of failures of government, but also of the success in delivering basic services," close quote. Deputy Speaker, the ACDP does not agree with this assumption. Success in the delivery of basic services does not spark violent protests, but rather reassures our needy people that their expectations of delivery will be met. The only way success in delivering basic services might spark violent protests would be if community members had concluded that delivery of basic services will only happen in response to violent protests. If this be the case, then government must take the blame for it. It is a shame, Deputy Speaker, that after 20 years of democracy, there are still communities who do not have access to clean running water and proper sanitation. The President further said, and I quote, "Government has begun an intensive program to eliminate the bucket system as part of restoring the dignity of our people. Phase 1 of the program that will eradicate buckets is informalized townships of the Free State, Eastern Cape, and Northern Cape. Phase 2 will eradicate buckets in informal settlements in all provinces," close quote. Deputy Speaker, I want to know from the President why it took government 20 years to realize that the bucket system undermines the dignity of our people. Why did it take 20 years before the President announced phase 1 of the program that will eradicate buckets in formalized townships? When is government planning to implement both phase 1 and phase 2 of this program? The ACDP believes that 20 years was more than enough to eradicate this evil system from all our townships. It seems there was no agency by government to do away with this humiliating system. Towards the end of his speech, the President said, and I quote him for the last time, "This is not an occasion to present the program of action for this financial year. That program will be presented by the new government after the elections," close quote. Who is this new government that the President is referring to? Let's hope it is a multi-party government we will have after the elections that will address the ills that the ANC government could not. I think members of the ruling party have become too comfortable, and some of them have even become too arrogant. And I believe the time has come for members of this side to switch places and go that side, and members on this side to go the other side. In certain areas, Some voter registration stations were petrol bombed, while in other places, election materials were damaged and IEC banners were removed from fences and set alight. So the IEC is very concerned about the coming elections, whether they are going to be peaceful or not. While the president is aware of this uncertainty and what happened to the IEC voting stations, the president did not say anything about that. Well, the ACDP would like the president to address this issue of violence before the elections in his reply on Thursday, because we all want to have peaceful, free and fair elections so that the results would not be credible, so that when the upset has happened, so that when the shock has happened, and these members would have to move this side so that they will not say something wrong has happened. We want peaceful, free and fair elections. About a week ago, we were shocked to hear the acting Gauteng Police Commissioner saying that the province has experienced 569 service delivery protests during the past 3 months, and many of them turned violent, while President Zuma is reported to have said that because it is election year, politicians are masquerading as service delivery protesters, wanting to overthrow each other, close quote. Obviously, this is another shock. The fact is that it is not politicians who are masquerading. The fact is there are still too many communities that have not seen any change to their environment and living conditions since the dawn of democracy. Many of them feel betrayed by government they voted for and are becoming frustrated and angry. There are also thousands of protesters who have applied for RDP houses in the mid-1990s, and to date, they have still not received the promised houses. Some of those who have been waiting patiently have become disillusioned when they see newcomers jumping the queue and getting houses. Now, obviously, this is part of the corruption that is happening in the country. When these people go to the housing department for explanation, they are met by abusive and arrogant officials. So they're asking the question, where should they turn to? To vent their frustrations, many of them resort to illegal activities that we should all strongly condemn. Rather than meet with these frustrated people, government responds by sending the police, who many times end up arresting unnecessarily and shooting at protesting community members. One policeman told me how difficult it is for them when they are instructed to be tough with protesters whose problems they understand because they live in the same areas. He said they are instructed to protect corrupt officials, councillors, and politicians who are stealing from the poor. He told me how unfair the system was, as they are expected to side with the corrupt against people in their own communities. So, Honorable President, something has to be done urgently. You need to be seen to be taking decisive action against all those corrupt officials. Violent delivery protests are mainly a political problem that cannot be solved by the brutality of the police, but by politicians themselves, particularly those on our right that have the right to change regulations and laws. Our police should not be turned against members of their own communities because of corrupt politicians or the failure of government to deliver on their promises. The president was correct when he said South Africans want a corrupt-free society. Even though government may have recovered more than 320 million rands from perpetrators through the National Anti-Corruption Hotline, and this obviously has to be commended, this amount fades into insignificance when compared to the amounts that have been lost. According to the Auditor General, Tembekile Makwetu, government entities wasted more than 2 billion rands in the last financial year, despite an improvement in audit outcomes, and incurred another 26.4 billion rands in irregular spending. Most of the irregular spending was the result of contracting with companies that did not have tax clearance from the South African Revenue Services. The ACDP believes all those who were involved in the awarding of these contracts to unregistered companies should be criminally charged and all their monies should be recovered. 320 million rands is not enough. Corruption that robs our people of important services they deserve must be uprooted from our country. I know of a company that withdrew their investments from our country because they were not willing to pay bribes to officials. They were told that they would not win a tender without
your time has expired.
Thank you.
I now wish to invite the Honorable L.N. Moss to the podium.
Achtbare Speaker, achtbare President, achtbare adjunct President, achtbare ministers en adjunct ministers, leden van het parlement, gewaardeerde gasten, alhoewel de meeste van Mokolet en Kylie se gasten weg is. In alle aanwezigheid sal ek ook vir hulle sê, hulle is welkom geweest. Achtbare Speaker, ons het 'n goeie verhaal om te vertel. Dit is vandag beter in Suid-Afrika as wat dit onder apartheid was. Jy kan jou mond hou, asseblief. Die ANC-regering sorg vir Suid-Afrikaners van kindsbeen tot senior burgers. Ons het 'n omvattende strategie ontwikkel ten opsigte van vroeë kinderontwikkeling.
Speaker, may I address you on a point of order, please?
What's the point of order?
The point of order is that the phrase that the member used, I don't know the full exact words, but it was your mond ho. I submit is unparliamentary if I think about the English version, and I'd ask you to rule on that, please.
But if you don't know exactly what she said, how
She
do you
said,
know what she said?
the English translation, sir, was shut up, and I think that is unparliamentary.
Order, members, order. I'll study the Hansard. I didn't hear that, but I'll study the Hansard and come back to you. Proceed, honorable member.
Teen 2012 het 984.524 kinders toegang tot kinderontwikkeling gehad. Uitgawes ten opsigte van VKO het toegeneem en staan tans op 1.3 miljard. Achtbare Speaker, spandering het van R8 per kind per dag oor 264 dae per jaar tot R15 per kind per dag oor 264 dae per jaar toegeneem. Die aantal kinders wat die toelaag ontvang het met 100% van 230.000 kinders in 1995 tot meer as 229.000 kinders tot in 2012 toegeneem. Die aantal persent van VKO terreine het van 46 in 2005 tot 19.971 aan die einde van 2012-2013 toegeneem. Sosiale beskerming is proporsioneel aan die wit bevolking verskaf. Die koers van armoede in 1993 was tussen 33 en 57%, maar sou baie hoër gewees het sonder die bejaardensorg voor 1993 het die koers van MAV met so ongeveer 60% toegeneem. Die apartheid welstandsstelsel het grootliks die bestaande sosiale-ekonomiese ongelykheid verskans en geval om die eerste kwesbaarheid van die armste mense ongelykheid te spreek. In 1992 was slechts ongeveer 9% van Suid-Afrika se ongeveer 6 miljoen kinders in vroeë kinderontwikkeling. Die uitbreiding van die kindertoelaag tot alle kindersorg was jonger as 18 jaar in 2009. Deur die ANC-regering is dit goedgekeur en ten volle toegepas om daardie 18-jarige kinders te akkommodeer. Dan is daar 1,3 miljoen kinders wat die kindersorgtoelaag ontvang. Ons het waarlik 'n goeie verhaal om te vertel. Loa. 94,2% mense het toegang tot water. 84% het toegang tot sanitasie. In Saldanha munisipaliteit het die inwoners van wijk 9 nie toegang tot water nie. Het hulle nie toegang tot sanitasie nie. Dis 'n disgrace. 81% van ons mense het elektrisiteit. 71% Suid-Afrikaners se vullis word van hulle huise verwyder. Maar wijk 9 in Saldanha Bay munisipaliteit kan nie dieselfde sê nie. Ons het pensioenregte aan ons mense toegeken. Spesiaal aan vroue op 60 jaar geïsoleer. Ons het tans meer as 16 miljoen mense wat voordeel uit sosiale toelaas trek, wat voorsorgers van kinders, die ouers vandaag en gestremdes in staat stel om hulle basiese benodighede te voorsien en hulle huishoudings in stand te hou. Deur die toegang tot sosiale toelaat tot 16 miljoen Suid-Afrikaners uit te brei, neem die ANC-regering hulle uit die volslaa armoede. 'n Studie deur die Verenigde Nasies sê Kinderfonds het getoon dat beleggings in kinders deur middel van sosiale toelaas hul toegang verbeter ten opsigte van gesondheidsorg en gebalanseerde voeding, faktore wat hulle tot alwelsyn bygedra. Agbare Speaker, mens kan nie na die impak van sosiale toelaas verwys sonder om oor sosiale transformasie na te dink nie. En ek wil van die geleentheid gebruik maak. Vroeger in die 40s en in die 60 het 'n jong vrou vanaf die Oos-Kaap gekom en sy het gekom soek na werk. In daardie tyd, Speaker, het sy gekom sonder dat sy die wete het dat sy moet 'n dompas het. Sy het later beland in die Wes-Kaap totdat sy opgeëindig in Saldanha Bay. Speaker, met die in en uit van in die gevangenis het die daardie regering geen meer krag gehad om haar buite te hou. Op die einde van die dag moet hulle haar toesien van haar pas. Sy het later gewerk by die visfabrieke en later kon sy vir haar families geld stuur, want sy het in onhaaglike omstandighede gebly. Speaker, vandag kan ek sê en trots, sy is nie meer saam met ons nie. Maar in 1994 as 'n vrou het sy meer toelaag ontvang deur die ANC se regering. Speaker, sy hoef nie meer uit daardie bietjie toelaag wat sy daardie tyd gekry het, 'n vervoer hier. Die dienste was nader na die huis gebring. Op die beginsels wat die ANC-regering in plek gebring het, Patipele principles. Agbare Speaker, mens kan nie na die impak van sosiale toelaas verwys sonder om oor sosiale transformasie na te dink nie. Sosiale transformasie is die produk van diepe erkenning dat die toestande waaronder ons leef en waaronder ons gesinne versorg en grootmaak onaanvaarbaar en onregverdig is. Sosiale transformasie is ook 'n produk van die samelewing se vasberadenheid om te besluit dat hulle nie langer die toekoms van hulle kinders aan die toeval kan oorlaat nie. Die interim ministeriële komitee op sosiale sekerheid en aftrede hervorming het deur middel van die ANC-regering 'n betekenisvolle vordering tot die skepping van meer inklusiewe bydrae tot die sosiale sekuriteitstelsel gemaak. Die stelsel is daarop gerig om deur verpligte
Honourable member,
bydraes
your
te
time has
verhoog.
expired.
Baie dankie, Speaker.
And now we should invite the Honourable Rabutapi to the podium.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. During his State of the Nation address, President Jacob Zuma claimed that his government had a good story to tell about service delivery. The truth, Mr. Speaker, is that over the last 5 years, it has been more of a horror story for millions of our people. This is clear for the people in my constituency in the Northwest Province, from drought to corruption. It is a province which is drowning in despair and calling out leadership. It is the corruption of the new ANC under President Jacob Zuma that delivers blood, not water. Under President Zuma's ANC, the people of the Northwest Province have been forced to endure a government determined to put political cronies ahead of what is best for the people. While the people of the Northwest had no water to drink, Premier Thandi Modise splashed out more than 1.3 million on a new luxury car. And while water infrastructure needed to be urgently improved, ANC members of the Madibeng Municipality Council showered ANC cronies in the private sector with government contracts worth 1.3 million per month for water tankers. Mr. Speaker, South Africa is a better place today than it was in 1994. More services have been provided to more of our people over the last 20 years. But these successes are being regressed every day under President Jacob Zuma. Just consider the following. Between 1994 and 2009, the percentage of households with access to electricity increased by 28%. But under President Zuma's administration, only 6% households gained access to electricity. And while the number of households with access to drinkable water by 33% between 1994 and 2009, only 3% of the increased during President Zuma's term in office. And access to sanitation, a major focus of President Zuma, increased by 2% in the last 4 years. That is, people across South Africa, from Muthutlung to Sebokeng, are unhappy. This is not, Mr. President, because you have delivered. It is the reason why people took to the streets in my constituency of Madibeng to voice their concerns. It has become clear to more and more people of Northwest that the only way changing this is to give the DA a chance. That is why in Tlokwe municipality, ANC councillors twice voted out their own corrupt mayor, Mapete. Let us hope that when the time comes, the members of this house will be as sensible as the councillors of Tlokwe in the Northwest, because they know that the DA is the party that can deliver on the vision of 1994 and restore the hope and dreams of millions of our people. This is the good story that is still to come. Ha ene le mo malobeng, mogolo-golo a ka ba rile mo go rona re, o se bone tholaborete teng ga yone go a baba. A me a kalo motlotlegi ke a leboga.
Thank the Honourable Member. I now wish to invite the Honourable the Minister of Trade and Industry. The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. President, in your SONA on Thursday, you advanced a convincing case that South Africa was today a very much better place to live in than it was at the dawn of our democratic order in 1994. And you also pointed out that we had registered progress across the board, not just in the past 20 years in general, but also in the last 5 years of your administration in particular. You made the point that the progress we had made in the last 5 years in the economy had been made in the context of very adverse conditions in the global economy, in fact, against the backdrop of the worst global economic crisis at any time since the 1930s. This crisis has sent external, what economists call exogenous shockwaves into the South African economy. And in fact, over the past 5 years, I believe that we've been engulfed by 4 such external shocks. The first was the impact of the global financial crisis and the consequent recession, which was concentrated in the epicenter of that crisis in the developed world. This cost us export markets, particularly for value-added products, as demand contracted, and it drove our economy into recession briefly in 2009, costing us 1 million jobs. The next shock wave derived from the response of advanced economies, which introduced loose monetary policy, or what was called quantitative easing. This unleashed large volumes of short-term capital, a significant proportion of which found its way into emerging economies with higher interest rates. This fueled an overvaluation of currencies, not just in South Africa, but in other emerging economies, whose effects was that it made conditions more difficult for exporters and also subjected local producers to increased competition from cheap imports. Until 2012, we were partly shielded from some of the effects by the commodity supercycle, which enabled us to reap premium prices from the sale of mineral products, particularly to Asia. After 2012, however, we have seen mineral commodity prices dropping, and this has led to us joining a list of countries who are dependent on the export of mining commodities who have seen their GDPs drop. The list includes Brazil, several other countries in Latin America, and also includes Australia. Finally, in the context of modest recovery in the world economy, and in the United States in particular, we have seen talk of returning to tighter monetary policy, so-called tapering. This has led to a reverse of the flow of short-term capital we saw earlier, which is now moving to developed countries, taking not the rand, but also several other emerging market countries from being overvalued to now being undervalued. I make these points in part to emphasize that the progress we have made has taken place in very adverse circumstances and circumstances not of our making. But more importantly, I make this point because the context has shaped the content of the programs and policies that we have pursued in this administration under your leadership. In a nutshell, we have responded to the crisis by accelerating and intensifying our efforts to bring about essential structural transformations in the economy which we inherited from apartheid. One front on which we have made very significant, measurable, and visible progress under your leadership has been in the infrastructure investment program, which has in fact been our main counter-cyclical response. And other speakers in this debate will elaborate more on this, but it is worth stressing that under this administration, the work of infrastructure planning and implementation has been elevated to a presidential commission, and that this has enabled us to spend, not budget, not plan for, but spend 1 trillion rand on infrastructure investment. This is more than double the previous high of 480 billion rand, which was spent in the last administration, and has not only had a strong counter-cyclical effect, it has also created a favorable basis for longer-term inclusive economic growth and development, including industrialization. Another important area where we have sought to advance structural economic transformation falls into the sphere of responsibility which was assigned to me. Of the 1 million jobs we lost in 2008-9, 200,000 of those, or 20%, were in manufacturing. Since manufacturing only contributes around 14% of the GDP, we were bleeding jobs in manufacturing more than proportion to the contribution of that sector. At the start of this administration, due to factors not of our making, we therefore faced the risk that the recession could lead to deindustrialization. Well, we didn't just put up our hands. We determined that these circumstances required that we strengthen our efforts to promote industrialization and the reindustrialization of our country. The views we advanced in 2009 about the centrality of industrialization are now common cause across the African continent, where leader after leader is now asserting that the next phase of African development has to be based on industrialization, driven by infrastructure development and regional integration. There are several reasons for these. First of all, There are limits if you are inserted into the world economy as producers and exporters of primary products and importers of finished products. There are limits to what you can achieve in terms of growth and development without making structural changes there. This is more than highlighted by the fact that more than 60% of international trade is now in intermediate products. Secondly, the current version of IPAP, which we will be releasing in April, highlights that manufacturing sectors have important growth multipliers. Even if many of the jobs that we are going to be creating are in services, they are of higher quality and are more secure if they are underpinned by a diversified and growing manufacturing sector. And thirdly, manufacturing, where we add value to the products of nature, is an essential tool of economic diversification, and in fact there's no case at any time in economic history outside of a few enclaves of any country that has moved from being underdeveloped to being developed. Our efforts to advance industrialization involve building on the National Industrial Policy Framework, and over this administration we have rolled out every year a 3-year rolling industrial policy action plan, covering the year in question, the financial year in question, and also 2 outer years. IPAP is built on the domains of potential instruments that can be deployed to develop, implement, and monitor both transversal and sector-specific programs of industrialization. Actions have included stepping up the finance that is available through development finance institutions to invest in manufacturing, the development of specific incentives with stronger conditionalities attached to their deployment, conditionalities related to employment, investment, and raising competitiveness. Secondly, we have adopted a strategic approach to trade and tariff setting, where evidence leads us to determine the question of what a tariff should be, and the evidence has to answer the question, what would this mean for industrial development? Thirdly, we have taken stronger action to act against collusion and promote a more competitive environment. Fourthly, we have strengthened the work of standards under the slogan, lock in South African exports to important economic markets and lock out substandard products from our own markets. But fifthly, we've introduced localization. Localization in the form, first of all, of the introduction of designations under the Triple PFA, the Preferential Public Procurement Framework Act. We have designated, among other things, buses, bus bodies, textiles, clothing, leather and footwear, power pylons, canned and processed vegetables, rolling stock, pharmaceutical products, set-top boxes for digital TV migration, furniture, power and telecommunications cables, solar water heaters and geysers. These have all been indicated as areas where, according to the designation concerned, they have to be procured by all public authorities from South African manufacturers. Then, we've also seen the public, the state-owned companies adopting and improving on the competitive supplier development programs. This has been a major turnaround in the way in which procurement has become a lever of local industrial development. What have been the results? Mr. President, you mentioned a number in your speech, but let me just give a bit of a scorecard. In the motor industry, taking account of a few investments that we are still expecting to come on stream before the end of this administration, we anticipate that the incentive schemes we will have put in place will have supported investments in the motor sector of 21.9 billion rand, covering 183 projects, which will have retained 46,000 jobs and created 9,850 new jobs. We have diversified from just the support of passenger vehicle manufacturing. We are now also supporting public transport vehicle manufacturing and also yellow metal or construction vehicle manufacturing. In the clothing industry, which was bleeding enormously, the Clothing and Textile Competitiveness Program, which was introduced in this administration, has saved an estimated 62,000 jobs and created something like 12,000 new permanent jobs in the clothing and footwear industries. In metals fabrication, the effects of the localization programs have meant that factories and foundries that were at one stage very much on borrowed time, are now making good progress. At the time, even as late as the 2010 FIFA World Cup, the buses that we procured were all of them imported. Since then, more than 300 bus bodies have been assembled in this country to support the bus rapid transit systems across this country. More than 1,000 locomotives are being manufactured in South Africa, and 3,600 railway coaches are being manufactured in this country. In the agro-processing sector, we have seen the introduction of new small milling technologies, which have the potentiality to significantly improve the prospects of small-scale farmers producing maize in outlying areas. We've introduced an aquaculture incentive, which is beginning to be taken up. And we have seen a number of important multinationals investing in important investments in the agro-processing and consumer goods industries. 5.5 billion rand has been made available by the Industrial Development Corporation to support green industrialization. We can even go further. We have the film industry in South Africa has contributed 8 billion rand to the gross domestic product between 2008 and 2012. The incentive scheme administered by the DTI has supported 343 productions, which have created 75,000 jobs. And that is in addition to investments by entities like the Industrial Development Corporation and the National Empowerment Fund in films. We introduced a new incentive for business process services based on operational expenditure rather than capital expenditure. And this led to a further investments with creation of 7,000 jobs in BPS. I can go on, I can talk about chemicals, I can talk about various others, but I want to talk about one, advanced manufacturing. There's a company in South Africa based in the Centurion Aerospace Village called Aerosud. It was originally earmarked to be getting a contract as an offset if we were going to buy the Airbus A400M. We decided not to buy the Airbus A400M. And Airbus said that that contract was now put out to open tender. Aerosud won the open tender and is now making important components for the wings and for the bodies of the Airbus A400M. Mr. President, honourable members, our conclusion is that industrial policy is working where it is well-resourced and underpinned by solid research and stakeholder engagement. But we don't believe that we've reached the level that we need to reach. We need a higher impact industrial policy. We need to promote much more effective beneficiation of our mineral products. We need to be adding value to our mineral products before we export them, and we also need to have access to mineral products as a very key and important competitive advantage for manufacturing in South Africa. The next IPAP, which we will release in April, will report on quite a bit of important sectoral work which has been done to lay the foundations of those, and some of the special economic zones which will come into effect when the bill is signed into law will also be able to give effect to some of those. We have said we need to promote regional integration, and we've been working energetically on the negotiation of the SADC-COMESA East African Community, which will effectively mean that we have a free trade area with a combined GDP of $1 trillion US. But we have said that localization is to advance, and that needs to target in particular the big ticket infrastructure programs. Well, those have been our efforts. That's our report card. What has been the response from this side of the House? For many years, there was tacit concurrence. They had nothing much to say. And at one stage, I thought we might have ended up with a bipartisan position. But last year, perhaps aware of the fact that we were entering into an election, the DA issued a statement saying that IPAP had more flaws than benefits. It said the policies were doomed to fail, and it said the problem was that we had heavy-handed state intervention instead of light-touch rebalancing. Well, I've got news for the DA. That message didn't seem to filter down to all its troops, because some months afterwards, the MEC for Economic Affairs in the Western Cape spoke of, quote, the excellent coordination with our national departments, particularly the DTI, and he hailed the incentives from the DTI as having contributed billions of rands to the economy of the Western Cape. The same MEC went to visit the Hisense Hisense television factory in China. Now, Hisense has established a plant in Atlantis. In fact, it's the second plant that was established. There's also one by Telumat. Minister Patel was at the opening of the Hisense plant. I was at the Telumat plant, together with the Premier of the Western Cape. We heard those companies tell us that what their presence there owed their existence to was a tariff rebate scheme which we put in place, which supports completely knocked down kit manufacturing based on the population of circuit boards. It owes its existence to the 12I tax incentive. It owes its existence to the designation of the set-top boxes and to investments by the Industrial Development Corporation. Now, in our budget vote debate, I said to the DA, I said, tell us, and more importantly, go and tell the voters at Atlantis, go and tell the workers in those factories, in the name of moving away from heavy-handed intervention to light-touch rebalancing, which of those measures are you going to pull, and what is going to be the impact on the hundreds of jobs that are being created there? The DA tells us that they are actually going to create, they've got some magic muti to create 8% growth and to leverage 6 million real jobs. Well, if that is the case, they haven't been applying it in the Western Cape in the last few years. Stats South Africa tells us that between 2003 and 2013, the Western Cape was ranked a modest 5th in terms of the job creation. If we take the latest figure from Stats, just a one-year figure, fourth quarter, the year-on-year change in employment ranks the Western Cape 4th. I think it's a modest rather than a stellar performance. But even within that performance, many of the programs that have delivered jobs owe a lot to the programs that we have introduced. The clothing industry, I already gave the figures. Many clothing factories are located here in the Western Cape. The BPS, many BPS jobs are located in the Western Cape.
Order.
And the competition is not between different provinces in South Africa, but between South Africa and other destinations. Now, I put it to you, is it not at least a factor in creating these jobs that the South African BPS incentive was ranked by the European Business Process Outsourcing Association as the #1 in the world last year? Is that not part of it? We have prevailed on our friends in China to take more value-added exports from South Africa. One of the value-added exports that has come from South Africa has been wine. Is that not a factor that has contributed to some of the progress, modest as it has been, that's been recorded in the Western Cape? Green industries. Also, the Saldanha IDZ, which we launched only in September last year, has already seen 8 investors indicating an interest, and 6 of them signing up at the oil and gas, in the oil and gas sector. But I want to raise the question of localization because I haven't heard whether our friends over there believe in localization. I think they must tell us whether they believe in localization. Because there is a firm located in Toes River, which is owned by a black woman. It's called Commuter Transport Engineering, Pty Limited. They have been involved in the business of refurbishing railway wagons. They are now getting increasing volumes of business as a result of the procurement by Transnet. I want to know whether our friends from the DA think that we should be pulling, in the name of light touch rebalancing, a program of localization like that. But finally, I just want to say, we've heard much noise in this debate about corruption. And I want to ask a few questions. Because I want to establish whether those who are throwing the stones are actually living in glass houses. And I want to ask them some questions like this. Are the press reports that we have seen about that the idea that led to the abortive, game-changing announcement of the DA's presidential candidate was spawned at a dinner party hosted by a businessman in London? Are those reports true or false? Were any of the DA leadership present at that dinner? And what role did the businessman play in the decision to adopt this presidential candidate? Is it true that the businessman in question loves South Africa so much that he doesn't live here anymore? Is it true that he loves the countries that he's now domiciled in so much that he doesn't pay any taxes there? And finally, is it true that the businessman in question is the largest private investor in a security company that has been involved in installing security features on the wall separating Israel from Palestine, a wall that has been denounced by the United Nations? I think we need to know the answers to those questions. Thank you very much.
I thank the Honourable Minister. I now wish to invite the Honourable Dikobo to the podium.
Mr. Speaker, Your Excellencies, Honourable President and Deputy President, honourable members, guests in the gallery. We listened with interest as the President gave what he called a report on the achievements of the fourth administration. The constant refrain by the President was that South Africa was a better place than before 1994. We have no intention of entering that debate because it would be unscientific to do so. It is like comparing apples with bananas. Honourable President, you reported that the economy grew by 3.2% from 1994 to 2012, and that national wealth measured in terms of GDP had grown to more than 3.5 trillion. You reported that there are now 15 million people with jobs, with 650,000 created last year. But in the same breath, Mr. President, you reported that social assistance program has increased to 16 million people. There is something wrong with the numbers, Mr. President. A country that experienced economic growth of 3.2%, a country that has created a significant number of jobs and whose natural wealth has grown to more than 3 trillion, should not be having an increase in the number of people who require social assistance. We should be having more people being able to fend for themselves. The problem, Your Excellency, is the type of economy that benefits only a handful and marginalizes the majority. We have seen opulence and obscene wealth in some quarters and abject poverty in the broader society. You have not reported, Your Excellency, that South Africa has overtaken Brazil as the most unequal society in the world. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the President that there has been an increase in great R learners in the country. South Africa has nearly achieved the MDG goal of universal access to basic education by 2015. The problem with our education system is quality. South Africa spends more money per capita on education than most countries at the same level of development, but has little to show by way of results. We also welcome the increase of the NSFAS budget to 9 billion. The reality is that we still have thousands of students like we have in the University of Venda who are unable to register because they do not have money. You can plead poverty, Mr. President, but these students and indeed the citizens of South Africa have possibly heard the Auditor General's report that 22 billion went to fruitless, wasteful expenditure. So the call for free tertiary education is not an unreasonable one. It could be achieved if government was not using a leaking bucket to draw water and was prepared to act in order to stop the wastage. You reported remarkable achievements in the increase to access to basic services. You also reported that 95% of households have access to water. There is a difference between having water taps installed and actually having water. Some of the 95% have taps that are forever dry, or for the lucky ones, taps that only have water for less than 20 days in a year. I take it that you have heard of the community of Breads, where water intended for the community was diverted to the mine. The country has seen thousands of service delivery protests. Our people are told to be patient because Rome was not built in one day. The people are angry because they are not seeing the city being built. They are seeing a city being destroyed. Your Excellency, there are problems with land that has been restored. Individuals and groups have hijacked the land and they need help. We do not know why, for example, the people of Ramakgoba are still unable to utilize Makgoba's cloth. We have noted the 1 trillion rand investment in infrastructure. President, you have used Reavaya as an example. You see, at the time of the conceptualization of the rapid transport system, the country was informed that the existing taxi operators would be taken in as shareholders. But we have seen a continued marginalization of the mainly black taxi operators as they are now forced to compete with the highly subsidized Reavaya system. Honorable President, you have said that your government was committed to fighting corruption. Some honorable members laughed while others jeered. I just shook my head in disbelief. Azapo's view is that this administration has stumbled from one scandal to another, from the arms deal, Gupta Gate, Nkatla Gate, and many other gates that we do not have time to mention here. The less said about your commitment to fighting corruption, the better. So as you call upon South Africans to fight corruption, Azapo's parting shot to you, sir, is the classical security drill. Please make sure that your own mask is fitted before assisting fellow passengers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. And now I wish to invite the Honourable N.T. Godi to the podium.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Comrade President, Comrade Deputy President, comrades and honourable members. Comrade President, the APC congratulates you on your State of the Nation address. Indeed, as we celebrate 20 years of freedom, we do so also honoring those who served, suffered, and sacrificed for the freedom that we enjoy today. It is correct to assert that South Africa is a different place from the one the freedom fighters inherited in 1994 from white minority rule. The APC wish to acknowledge the positive progress that has been made, particularly in education and health. This is not to say that there are no challenges persisting, but we think positive change needs to be acknowledged. Those of us who went and stayed all day at school on empty stomachs cannot but appreciate the fact that millions of our kids get a meal at school daily. The consistent improvement of the grade 12 results is worthy of acknowledgement. And those of us who grew up in poor communities know the challenges of school fees, and the fact that we have a lot of no-fees schools cannot but be acknowledged. The health portfolio has good and energetic leadership in the Minister and especially the Director General. Yes, the management of health facilities still need to be vastly improved to ensure that the envisaged quality of services is achieved. The fight against corruption requires sustained focus and energy. The principles of public administration as enshrined in our Constitution and various pieces of legislation require no less. Our public managers are showing slow, marginal improvements in compliance with legislation, whilst expenditure not in line with the PFMA is perpetually increasing. We have commendable efficiency in collecting taxes, but the quality of our expenditure management is not good. The fight against corruption, maladministration, and waste must be relentless. The APC believes that economic development is the central task which all endeavors should serve. We believe that the fight against inequality, poverty, and unemployment need a different approach to the dominant perspective. It is clear that these triple challenges, unless the state plays an active role in addressing them, will not only persist but worsen. The sobering reality is that big business has failed this democracy. Waiting for them to create jobs is like waiting for Godot. We support the land restitution process and the general agrarian reforms. Whilst there is commitment to settlement of lodged land claims, it appears that at the administrative level, there is still a lot of inefficiencies that seriously frustrate the claimants. The major issue being poor communication, the failure by Land Claims Commission officials in actively providing information on the status of their claims. We urge, Comrade President, that communication with claimants honest and respectful interaction with these rural people by officials must be enhanced. The APC also supports the reopening of land claims. We will actively support the legislation in this regard. Comrade President, the APC is guided by principles, not emotions or anger. Principles of people-centeredness. We stand ready to contribute positively to all efforts that seek to improve the lives of our people. The struggle for freedom was about changing the material conditions of our people, not abstract theorizing. Thus, the APC will continue to defend its revolutionary line and maintain its organizational independence. We will never be part of any grouping, not now, not even after the elections, that has a reactionary outlook that is negative and obstructionist. The APC will continue to hold high the banner of revolution. We will not betray the Africanist cause. We will not betray the legacy of the fighters for the cause of Africa. Robert Sobukwe, Zef Mutuping, John Nyati Pokela, Sabelo Palmer, Jaftama Semola, Josas Mazunya, Nomvo Boy, Joyce Fuba, Mo Jackson, Bani Desai, Boni Sanukane, Elizabeth Sibego, and many more. The dialectical growth of the APC is their forever guarantee. I thank you.
I thank the honourable member. I now invite the Honourable M. Oris to the podium.
Aha. Thank you, Speaker. The ANC's governing of South Africa began well, building 3 million RDP houses, yes, and putting, well, it's now 17 million people on welfare, and providing access to health and education for all. This showed disadvantaged South Africans the first fruits of our young democracy and was a good thing. This was the ANC of Nelson Mandela, the early days. But this is not the story of today's Zuma ANC. Mr. President, your story is a story of failure. Gauteng is in flames. The ANC doesn't want to tell the story of Sebokeng, where South Africans are protesting the ANC's stalled delivery of services. People are dying. Shortly after, protesters in Sebokeng were shot and some killed. President Zuma chose to rather cancel his trip to Gauteng and retire to drink cocktails around the fire pool at Nkandla. Mr. President, how was the pina colada down there? When people of Beckersdal were protesting service delivery, Premier Nomvula Mokonyane, another Zuma ANC cadre, says that the ANC doesn't need the dirty votes of the people of Beckersdal. The Premier's attitude is a prime example of how this new President Zuma's ANC has turned its back on ordinary South Africans. It's turned its back on the poor and the vulnerable. There are no dirty voters as far as the DA is concerned, only dirty, lazy governments. But I, in the distance, can hear a new chant. I hear it quietly, no way, vote DA. It gets louder by the day, no way, vote DA. In Alexander Township, the ANC story is one where the children play in the sewage and the garbage in the streets. No way, vote DA. On the highways of Gauteng, it is the story of the e-tolls, squeezing every last cent out of the motorists. No way, vote DA. Mr. Speaker, in 2009, President Zuma told us the story of how he would create 5 million new jobs. Today, we know that that story was nothing more than a fairy tale.
Hold on, there's a point of order. Yes,
Honourable Speaker, I was just wondering whether the member can speak lower so that we can hear.
What's the point of order, ma'am? That's not a point of order.
Let me get back to the President's fairy tale. Now, in 2014, President Zuma's ANC expects South Africans to believe another Inganekwane of 6 million work opportunities in the EPWP. Dear ANC, the people don't want your peace jobs. The people are singing, no way, vote DA. Mr. President, where the DA governs, we have already created more jobs than anywhere else in South Africa. On the 11th of February, Statistics SA, not the DA, Statistics SA released a report that shows that the DA created, listen now, 98,000 jobs just in the last quarter of 2013. 70% of all new jobs created in South Africa, just in one quarter in the DA-run Western Cape. Of course, President Zuma's ANC does not want to tell this story because it's a good DA story. We still hear the chant, "No way, vote DA." Speaker, it's a story, the story of the ANC of failure, the story of premiers, ministers and presidents who fail to see the plight of South Africans in their blue light brigades, zooming through the toll-free in Gauteng with the Q7 eyes and the great Armani sunglasses. This story's happily ever after will only come when the ANC is voted out of Gauteng this year, 2014, when the people of Sebokeng vote for a clean, efficient government, when the people of Gauteng vote for 6 million real jobs. Yes, I'm voting DA. Now let me get to the comments of where is Blade? I beg your pardon, the Honorable Nzimande. Where is he? Has he run away? He came here to say that the DA only cares about UCT and WITS. Well, where was he when we were at the Walter Sisulu University? My colleague, Annelie Lotriet, was trying to help sort out that problem. The Honorable Nzimande only appeared when the problem was solved with help from the DA. He didn't even bother to attend the committee, the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, once in 2013, along with certain other members like the Honorable Naledi Pandor, who's going to speak after me. She didn't pitch in the whole of 2013 in her committee either. Now, the ANC is very obsessed with this rent story, you know, rent a black and rent this one. Well, let me ask you, ANC, what about rent a Nat and rent a Mulder? We have over here the Honorable Gaum, the Nat Beekman, Gelderblom, Korenhoff, and the great superstar himself, Van Skalkwyk. And over here, we have a couple of Mulder brothers from that family business that they've got running on the other side.
Speaker. Hold on, there's a point of order. Yes, Chief Whip.
The honourable member must explain, what does it mean to rent a mullah? Who is a mullah in South Africa?
The word is Mulder, Speaker, not Muller, but I continue. Now, let me just explain to you that the Democratic Alliance believes in women leaders. That's one of the reasons why we approached Mrs. Mampela Rampele. We believe in women. Just yesterday, Speaker, could I have your protection so I could finish, Speaker?
Order.
Just yesterday, Helen Zille accepted our nomination to be the presidential candidate of the Democratic Alliance. My boss over here is a woman, the Honorable Mazibuko. The Mayor of Cape Town is a woman, Mrs. Patricia de Lille. We believe in women. However, the ANC Women's League, in the person of Clara Ndlovu, says, no, South Africa is not ready for a woman president. The Democratic Alliance is ready for a woman president. Tomorrow, on the 7th of May, South Africans should vote for a woman president in the person of Helen Zille, who will become a great president in South Africa as a woman. Minister Davies, quite honestly, you clearly haven't read the Reserve Bank paper on 8% economic growth. The Reserve Bank of South Africa says that the Democratic Alliance's plan for 8% economic growth will work. The Reserve Bank says that our 8% plan will work. You need to read the documents. And finally, to the Honourable Minister Pandor, who's going to come after me, perhaps she could explain why she doesn't go to a committee.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Member. I now wish to invite the Minister of Home Affairs. Order, members, order.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, Deputy President, colleagues, honorable members. The Honorable Ollis has clearly lost his way. I don't owe the gentleman a single explanation on anything. He's clearly lost his way. He illustrates this loss in a number of
Order,
ways.
members, order.
I know, Speaker, these members don't like me to talk. It's very painful when I stand up for them. It's absolutely painful for them because they know that they're absolutely not accurate in stating they believe in women. They do not. They are not accurate in referring to Mrs. Rampela, who might have become Mrs. when she kissed Zilla, because she is Dr. Rampela and not Mrs. Rampela. Speaker, standing here before you is the ANC of Nelson Mandela. I wish to assure the members of this House there can be no separation between the ANC and President Nelson Mandela. None whatsoever. We are very familiar with the attempts of many neoliberals to separate leaders of freedom from their organizations. We know how the CIA murdered leaders in Zaire. We know how leaders in many parts of Africa have been targeted and sought to be separated from their people in order to fragment liberation movements. We will never be separated from President Mandela. He is one with us and will always be our own. Mr. President, I wish to assure you that much has been done in the 5 years of your first term. The advances in health and education have been recorded and spoken of by a range of researchers and international organizations. You are correct, Mr. President, when you say we have a good story to tell. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is an extraordinary story of a remarkable political and socioeconomic transformation, one that is probably unparalleled in recent history, both for the speed of the achievement and the wide-ranging diversity of areas that have seen fundamental change. The only cloud hanging over this story, this good story, Speaker, is the uninspiring negativity and poor grace of the opposition parties that have spoken here today. As always, they have tried to obfuscate and to distort in order to avoid acknowledging the progress and achievements in our 20 years of democracy. I am aware, Speaker, that there are some members in the House who prefer amnesia when it comes to our dismal colonial and apartheid past. Their amnesia helps them to minimize the advances we have made under the ANC in a free South Africa. Their amnesia illustrated by their attempt today and since Friday to sow doubt, to sow despair, to sow victimhood in the drive to downplay our achievements in a free and democratic South Africa. It has been 20 years, Mr. Speaker, and I believe it is correct to say that the damage done by apartheid is surely being undone and is surely being reversed. I call on the members to the left of me to use their voices and their energy in support of our President's call to big business, to devote greater attention to supporting government in addressing corruption and unemployment in South Africa. We would like them who are very familiar with boardrooms to use their boardroom presence to persuade business in South Africa to invest in South Africa, because they are not yet persuading their own partners and friends to invest in our freedom and our democracy. I wish to add to the good South African story by referring to aspects of change that we tend to neglect when we assess how far we have come. There are still a few members in the House who recall playing a role in writing our new Constitution. Some of you may recall the heated debates we had about the inclusion of socioeconomic rights in an entrenched Bill of Rights. Some believed, to my left, that we were crazy to include socioeconomic rights of education, health, water, and housing as entrenched rights. 20 years of democracy has proven that we were right. The President has clearly set out the progress we have made on each of these rights. It is true, as Honorable Gordhi has said, there has been progress in education, but much remains to be done. But visit some of our villages and some of the most vulnerable and poor areas in our country, and you meet families with new graduates proudly taking up new opportunities they never had a hope of enjoying before. Families are entering new strata in society, taking up previously forbidden opportunities as entrepreneurs and middle managers. Of course, our Constitution has also led to the establishment of new institutions supporting democracy, as well as created a vibrant, multi-party, democratic parliament. It is our victory, the ANC, that ensures there's multi-party democracy, with everybody in South Africa enjoying an equal right to vote. You will recall how some parties were proposing limited franchise when they were at their most liberal, when we called for one vote equal for everybody. We've always called for that, and it is this vibrancy of today that is a result of that fight. We have a parliament in which all parties have a voice, with Mr. Honorable Ollis's voice being the loudest always, and all people are represented in our parliament. We also have free speech for all, including the media in our country. Honorable members are also aware that in these 20 years, there has been a visible alteration in the character of the SADC region. In the apartheid era, some of you will remember that Southern Africa was the playground of the apartheid state, and foreign governments that were happy to have apartheid South Africa as their surrogate. Today, many of us don't refer to the Maseru massacre, the murders in Botswana, the bombings in Zimbabwe, and the incursions into Angola, Zambia, and Mozambique. This destabilization prevented development in the region and made our neighbors vassals of South Africa's monopoly capital. We live with that legacy today, but there are signs that our neighbors are increasingly focused on development for the first time. The President referred in his address to a range of SADC infrastructure development projects: the Grand Inga project, the Lesotho Highlands Water project, and also our one-stop border post projects that support trade and tourism in the SADC region. Beyond these economic initiatives, we are also, as South Africa, playing a key developmental role in SADC. We are providing policy and institutional support to SADC organs. Increasing numbers of South Africans are taking up posts in regional institutions and playing a key role in promoting regional integration. There is also progress in the research and innovation space. Several SADC countries are partners in the SKA project. Thousands of SADC students are pursuing postgraduate studies in our universities, and many are employed in key institutions in South Africa. In fact, many SADC nationals find opportunities in South Africa through our critical skills program and support their countries through remittances. We are also, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, providing refuge to thousands of vulnerable people who are safe here from war and civil conflict and political persecution in their own countries. In 1998, in the era of new democracy, South Africa adopted one of the most progressive refugee laws, led by Prince Buthelezi. Despite our acknowledged and tragic acts of violence and xenophobia against foreign nationals, we remain a primarily and largely welcoming destination for refugees. Our courts have given liberal interpretations to the Refugee Act, and for many years, we have granted refugee status to thousands of persecuted asylum seekers. Unlike many other countries, we do not maintain camps for refugees. We prefer integration and are doing much more to support and build communities of diversity and peace. We've also benefited as a country from the immigration of many people with critical skills. Skilled professionals from the continent are able to settle legally in South Africa and earn an income. I must add, Mr. President, that over the past 20 years, there's also been much positive change in the lives of women. Not under the DA, but under the ANC. They sought out Dr. Rampela to be their presidential candidate. And then when they found she doesn't kiss very well, they went to look again for Ms. Zilla. I don't know why they hadn't seen her at the beginning and why she had to enjoy an awful kiss in order for the DA to realize that they actually do like her. Mr. President, our country continues to be challenged by stubborn patriarchy and abuse of women and girls. But indeed, the status of women has altered in fundamental ways. Rural African women continue to bear the brunt of disadvantage in South Africa. But even for them, the changes have been significant. They enjoy formal equality in South Africa. Some have been able to challenge customary law and other forms of discrimination. We have institutions that protect and advance women's interests, and women can approach our highest courts for redress or the setting of precedents. Children, too, are increasingly enjoying attention and protection. We have achieved universal access to schooling for all children, both boys and girls. Girls in South Africa outnumber boys in education, and we buck the international trend for countries of our socioeconomic status. Of course, while we are pleased at this progress, we are also the first to admit much more remains to be done. We are not like Honorable Dreyer, who comes here and castigates the African National Congress, and nary a word about the Western Cape and the farm workers who suffer abuse, poor payment, alcohol dependency, drug addiction, and violence from their employers. We admit when there are challenges to confront and challenges to address. But Mr. President, taking all into account, we have a good story to tell. Mr. President, only the unscientific Honorable Dikobo has refused to admit we are indeed much better off today than in 1994. I'm not sure why he said it would be unscientific to say it, but I suspect he didn't want it recorded on Hansard, but in his heart, he knows it is true. I believe, Mr. Speaker and Honorable President, that it is always important not to rely on what you yourself say, but to look at what other commentators assess you as. There has been much written about our first 20 years of freedom. When one looks at both the recent Goldman Sachs report and research from the South African Institute of Race Relations, one sees these successes and continuing challenges set out in a very objective manner. Let me, honorable members, quote the 2013 research brief on 20 years of democracy of the South African Institute of Race Relations. They indicated as follows, and by the way, the South African Institute of Race Relations are not a surrogate of the African National Congress, not at all. They say, and I quote, "We have argued at length that the protests arise not from failure of the government's service delivery efforts, but rather from the success of these efforts. This is a complex and counterintuitive idea and needs some explanation." My colleagues to the left, Dr. Wilmot James, can explain counterintuitive. Enormous gains have been made in the provision of free or subsidized water, electricity, and housing. Our research shows that these gains have been so impressive that we might comfortably describe service delivery as a great policy success of the ANC in government. Not me, South African Institute of Race Relations. So, Mr. President, what did Goldman Sachs and the South African Institute of Race Relations say further about our 20 years? Because, Mr. President, it is our 20 years. It's consistently African National Congress. And whoever leads the organization, we are one all the time. So what do they say? Mr. President, on the economy, Goldman Sachs records our successes in the 20 years as follows. GDP trebled almost from 136 billion to 385 billion today. Inflation fell from a 1980 to 94 average of 14% to an average of 6% between 94 and 2012. Gross gold and foreign reserves rose from 3 billion to 50 billion today. Tax receipts of 114 billion from 1.7 million people rose to 814 billion from 13.7 million people. In the past decade, a dramatic rise in the middle class, with 4.5 million consumers graduating upwards from the lower living standards measure of 1 to 4, and in total, 10 million added to the middle highest, 5 to 10. Social grant beneficiaries rose from 2.4 million to 16.1 million today. The opposition, you see, they are busy heckling, not knowing that I write objectively because I'm an academic. The opposition always suggests, you see, because I knew they'd heckle on this one, always suggests that the scale of social grant provision is a failure. But what it means is that the most vulnerable in our country are no longer left to beg in the street. What does the South African Institute of Race Relations report? The number of black people employed has doubled since 1994. Not me, South African Institute of Race Relations. There are almost 3 times more black, colored, and Indian business owners than there are white business owners. Black people who own cars have doubled over the past 8 years alone. 5.8 million black households own their property. They're asking me, Speaker, why I don't mention something else. Why didn't they put it in their speech, for goodness sake? This is my speech. 5.8 million black households own their own property, including the provision of housing from the state in several cases. When it comes to social grant, their provision has more than quadrupled, but the grants are working. Institute of Race Relations, not me. The grants are working. Poverty dropped 11% on average between 1996 and 2011. Now, one of the other things that we're very excited about is that we've begun to address regional integration within SADC, but within our country itself. I'm sure honorable members will remember that apartheid divided us spatially. The ANC brought us together. Apartheid divided us into Bantustans for black people and urban areas for our white compatriots. The ANC brought us all together by allowing freedom of movement for black people in our country. Freedom of movement transformed our lives and our regional economies. It led to what economists have called convergence. In a study published in 2007, Borat, Van de Westhuizen, and Kocha show that poverty headcounts among black households decreased from 55% to 27% between 1993 and 2005, while the same welfare measure showed no decrease at all for whites, but rather a slight improvement. They show, in fact, in their study, that the economic welfare of whites has risen since 1993 at all levels, from the poorest 10% of whites to the richest 10%. In other words, the opening of South Africa's white areas to a vastly poorer and less educated population, 6 times greater in size, has been insufficient to reduce white South Africa's living standards by even a small amount after over a decade. Meanwhile, it allowed the living standards of the poor to sharply converge towards those of the rich. The elusive goal of moving toward income convergence has begun to be achieved, and none of the worst fears of those favoring continued restrictions on movement has been realized. Just think about that. Think about the implications for SADC and the African proposed regional integration. I could go on and on, factually, Mr. President. And that's what makes us able to stand here proudly and declare we are basing what we say on facts, on achievement, on reality, on success. We are better than we were in 1994, and after the elections, in the next 5 years and beyond, we will do even better. Mr. President, you cannot be accused of a prophet. I think the false prophet is sitting somewhere over there. Of course, what that prophet has done is he's disappeared. As he always does, he comes here, throws a few stones, and off he runs. He promised his members the promised land. And instead of leading them into the promised land, he has led them into Egypt. And they are enslaved, as he is enslaved by the courts. I suppose he had to run away in case a summons is brought by his former co-leader. Now, I found it rather tragic that the honorable member sought to lecture our president on democracy. I found it most peculiar because this self-proclaimed Democrat then proceeded to show he has no faith in the ability of his caucus to speak in this debate and chose to render a fruitless soliloquy that exemplified a free-spirited hike on the Drakensberg hiking trail. Of course, honorable members, as always, the desperate alternative clings desperately to 2019 and offers nothing new to the nation and fails dismally to convince that it has the possibility of offering continued success to South Africa. And so while Ollis on his own will vote for it, we definitely won't vote DA. As for the annual claim of the Honorable Dreyer that Western Cape is the best run province, oh, the Honorable Member repeats it every year. I suppose she wants to believe it eventually. She has begun, actually, to wear her belief very thin through this constant repetition, particularly given the stench of the toilets in Khayelitsha, the dead young people in Manenberg, the drugged and the drunk in townships throughout the province, and the poor and the vulnerable in the valleys and hills of the vineyards and orchards of the Cape. As for the Honorable Maglua, one only has to pity him. He is the mouthpiece of the DA. He is their failed secret weapon, full of fist and fury, signifying nix. Well, the Honorable Holomisa can't come here and admit before the House that action on the report of Minister Nglesi on the Nkandla security developments is being taken. It's been announced. We've stated action will be taken. Where there's been wrongdoing, we will address that wrongdoing. And of course, we will, of course, continue to confront and fight where there is ill doing and corruption in our country. But I can assure the Honorable Holomisa, who is another one who throws a stone and escapes, I can assure him, not being a prophet, not leading anybody into the promised land, I can assure him the UDM will definitely not govern and does not have a stick of a chance of ever governing South Africa. Now, I thought it important, because of the dramatic announcement of Mr. Lekota, that I should just look at the estimates of national expenditure and look at the debt levels that he claimed. While he was accurate that the debt levels are worryingly high, and we are as government concerned about them and do intend to do something about them, hence the plans we've indicated, he of course was entirely wrong in creating an impression that the entire debt results from the governance period of President Zuma. This is patently untrue, and an honorable member of parliament should not come before the House and make such assertions. Well, Honorable Modao, I mean, he had to come here and say what he did. He got a hiding last year, so we know why he had to come here. I mean, you know, there's nothing else but that which he must do. You know, Honorable Ollis reminded me of my color, because my great-grandfather had to do peace jobs many, many decades ago. And when he referred to the EPWP as peace jobs, I got a little worried, because there are millions of people to whom it means a livelihood. It's not a piece job like our ancestors had to experience. So I would call for attention sometimes to phraseology. Well, the Honorable Mishwe said we are getting comfortable. He should know. He left at his back. It was uncomfortable out there. And he had to come back here. But I noticed that he offered very little gospel on his return. I wonder what has happened to him. He hopes that a coalition will govern after the elections. I would say to him, if he's hoping in the prophet Lekota, he has a high hope, because that man will lead him to the promised land and desert him back in Egypt. So I suggest he doesn't go that route. Now, Honorable Rabutapi does remind us, gore ga se re dire gotlhe tiro e santse le ntsi le teng ko Northwest re tla leka gore re dire tiro ya lona, re tla baakanya mo re sa dirang sentle teng, re tla oketsa mo re dirileng teng, se re di dirileng sentle di feta mo re fusitseng, re tlile go dira gore Afrika Borwa re e baakanye e nne naga e ntle, naga e leng ya batho botlhe. Re tla dira seo re etetswe pele ke mokgatlo o mogolo wa rona, African National Congress, le moetapele wa yone President Jacob Zuma. Ke a leboga.
I thank the honorable members. Order. Honorable members, I have not adjourned the House. Please take your seats. I thank the honorable minister. That concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned. You may now rise. Hold on. Please take your seats. They say we still have another hour to go. Please take your seats. All those who are outside, please call them back in. Okay. Right, we don't have any speakers list here, just a couple of issues that we'd like to address. The second order, the secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of request for permission in terms of Rule 2493B to inquire into amending other provisions of Restitution of Land Rights Act, number 22 of 1994.
Are there any objections to the committee being granted permission in terms of Rule 2493B to inquire into amending other provisions of the Restitution of Land Rights? No objections. Are there objections? Yes or no? Yes, there are objections. Okay. I now put the questions. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think it's clear that the ayes have it.
Honourable Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus requests a division.
Okay. Right, a division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
But Chair,
Speaker.
Speaker,
Yes,
Speaker,
sir.
on a point of order, in terms of the rules, a division has to be supported by at least 4 members. Are there 4 members who support that
Yes,
division?
Honourable Speaker, we do our homework in the Freedom Front Plus. I would also request the opportunity to make a declaration, please.
On a point of order.
Yes, the members are 4. We did count them. Yes, sir.
No, I just wanted to indicate that the party that called for a division only has, is it 1 member?
So they need to declare who are the other 4 members so that it's on the record.
There are 4 members, that's been confirmed. Okay. Honourable members, I would like to remind members that they only vote from their allocated seats. Okay. Okay, the bells will be rung for 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Honourable Speaker.
2 minutes. Yes, sir.
I've requested in terms of the rules to make a declaration.
The bells have been rung for 2 minutes, sir. Please take your seat. We'll give you an opportunity to make a declaration.
Okay, when we come back, Speaker, let's allow the declarations.
Yeah.
Before the vote is open.
Okay. Sorry, can you call that guy? So which question are we putting in? Honourable members, please return to your seats. A request for a declaration to vote has been received. I will now allow for up to 3 minutes for any political party wishing to make a declaration to do so. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Achtbare Speaker, U kan vra, hoekom is dit dat die Vryheidsfront Plus so 'n drastiese stap neem soos vanmiddag? Die rede is baie eenvoudig, agbare spreker, dat hierdie wetsontwerp sal 'n drastiese effek hê op die landbou van Suid-Afrika. I want to say to the ANC, if you say you are serious when it comes to food security in South Africa, you will withdraw this bill. Agbare spreker, laat dit op rekord geplaas word dat hierdie wetsontwerp gaan nog meer onsekerheid in die landbousektor bring. Dit gaan verdere beleggings in die landboubedryf beperk. En ja, u kan nou lekker hierso skree, maar die dag, as u nie kos op die tafel het nie, dan moet u sien hoe gaan u skree. Want dit is die landbou wat die land voed. En ek wil vandag vir u sê, agbare spreker, enige politieke party wat sê dit is sy erns met die landbou in Suid-Afrika sal teen hierdie wetsontwerp stem. Hierdie wetsontwerp is nie wenslik vir Suid-Afrika nie. Die standpunt van die Vryheidsfront Plus is dat hy onttrek moet word van die parlement, want hy is geensins wenslik nie. Agbare spreker, ek wil die volgende ook sê, en ek wil spesifiek verwys na die DA lid, die agbare Ian Ollis. Hy het net nou hier gekom en hy maak 'n groot fanfare van die Mulders. Die fanfare is die volgende, dat die DA ondersteun saam met die ANC hierdie wetsontwerp. Ons het nou die DA-ANC alliansie in Suid-Afrika. En ek wil vandag vir u sê,
Order, members, order.
die mense van Suid-Afrika moet kennis neem, want die agbare Ian Ollis en die DA en die ANC is soos die katfamilie. Dit klink of hulle beklei, maar hulle vry, want hulle beklei en vry tegelyk. Die Vryheidsfront Plus verwerp hierdie wetsontwerp. Ek dank u.
Order, all members, order, order. Are there any other political parties wishing to make a declaration? No. We have noted the declaration of the Freedom Front Plus. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Deputy President. I'm actually not here to speak about whether the project of land reform is an important one or not. I'm here to state that it is an important opportunity for us as leaders to recognize that we can use this project of land reform to build a nation and reconcile our people. And I therefore want to say, we went across the country to conduct public hearings, and many, many people participated in that process. The Freedom Front was never to be seen in a single one of those public hearings. But let me say, I'm here to remind my colleagues from the Freedom Front that this is a time to appreciate the patience of our people, that irrespective of how brutal the disposition was a century ago, they are still willing to listen to the leadership to say, let us resolve this problem constitutionally. And I think that's a bonus that we have to embrace as South Africans. And this is the time to hold hands as leaders and assure our people that in spite of all those problems, the challenges can and will be addressed. But that message that builds confidence amongst our people must come from us as leaders, the Freedom Front included. This is not time to swim against the tide. We must be careful because the wind of change are blowing. People demand land. If we stand on our way, they will sweep us apart and make us irrelevant. We expect that some who benefited from this brutality of dispossession must come forward voluntarily, actually, and say to the state, we are willing to donate this part of land so that we can use to give to our people who lost their land brutally during the 1913 Land Act. And I must also say, Honourable Speaker, that even President Obama, during the message at the memorial service of President Mandela, he said there are too many people who happily embrace Madiba's legacy of racial reconciliation, but passionately resist even modest reform that would challenge chronic poverty and growing inequality. And I hope the Freedom Front don't want to be part of that grouping. And let me also say to you in conclusion that this problem of land will have to be addressed. And there is no guarantee that after passing this legislation, there will be a smooth road. There will be hills as we cross this one that we have to climb. But we have to do so because, as Nelson Mandela says, it seems impossible until it is done. And we are going to have to do it. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other political parties wishing to make a declaration? That doesn't appear to be the case. Thank you very much. Order, honourable members, please go back to your seats. A division has been called for, the bells have been rung, and I'd like to say, or rather I'd like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. And when requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Order. The question before the House is that the Portfolio Committee on Rural Development and Land Reform be granted permission in terms of Rule 2493B to inquire into amending other provisions of the Restitution of Land Rights Act. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the report should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed.
Yes, the question is therefore agreed to.
The results are as follows. The yes votes are 242. The noes are 4. There are 2 abstentions. So the matter has been agreed to. Thank you very much. The Secretary will read the 4th order. Order, members, order.
Consideration of request for permission in terms of Rule 249(3)B to inquire into amending other provisions of National Credit Act number 34 of 2005.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip. Okay. This is really terrible. Okay, it's the same question, but I'll repeat it. Are there any objections to the committee being granted permission in terms of Rule 249(3)B to inquire into amending other provisions of the National Credit Act? No, no objections agreed to. No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the 4th order. The Secretary.
Consideration of legislative proposal, namely National Water Act Amendment Bill, submitted by Portfolio Committee on Water and Environmental Affairs.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party. The Chief
Honorable
Whip.
Speaker, I move that the committee be given permission by the House.
The motion is that the is that permission be given to the Portfolio Committee on Water and Environmental Affairs to proceed with the legislative proposals. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. We will now take the 5th and 6th orders together as they appear on the order paper. Are there any objections to the approval of the draft notice and schedule determining the rate at which salaries are payable to magistrates annually with effect from the 1st of April 2013? No objections. Agreed to. Are there any objection to the approval of the draft notice and schedule determining the rate at which salaries are payable to Constitutional Court judges and judges annually with effect from the 1st of April 2013? No objections. Agreed to. Thank you very much. We've now come to the part that we've been waiting for, which is that concludes the business of the day, the House's agenda.